Roshni Alfonso, Assistant Professor at College of Social Work. Our college is an autonomous institute affiliated to the University of Mumbai. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all to our national conference on issues and concerns of Adivasis in India, a way forward. This morning I came across a quote, "Your wife attracts your tribe." Yes, we have all gathered here from different parts of the country to listen, to deliberate, to think together, to introspect, to share our reflections, our experiences, and to take action. It is the hope that these conversations will help us to find commonality in the human experience, identify things that unite rather than divide, and enable us to engage one another to learn and be informed. The conference challenges us to continue to dare as we build a vibrant, diverse, inclusive and multicultural community. The concept of tribal society is one of the most prominent and popular anthropological notions of our time. Yet, within Western social and cultural anthropology, it has been largely abandoned as a sociological category. In India, the term Adivasi has gained immense popularity in the last few decades to identify the tribes. This term is more commonly brought to use by NGO circles and activists of the mainstream India. The term has also gained currency among the tribes mainly belonging to central India, and in Kerala too the tribes prefer to be identified as Adivasis. The term Adivasi is not portrayed just for literary reasons. It has a political underpinning. It is often used to convey the position of exclusion of tribes. The term in a way conveys a sense of empowerment of tribes. This empowerment is asserted by linking with the global indigenous peoples movement. As you all know, that it is our culture to remember God Almighty before everything we do or start. So let us begin this conference seeking the blessings and the presence of the Almighty Lord. We will spend a moment in silence. We will now prayerfully listen to the college anthem, "चलो जिंदगी को आसान कर दे, प्यार की खुशबू इसमें भर दे"। request our principal, Dr. Adivasis, to welcome all the dignitaries and participants of this conference. Thank you, Roshni. Good morning, everyone. The dignitaries on the days, respected Sir Mr. Virginis Kaka, the keynote speaker for today's conference, our advisory committee members, Dr. Bipin Chocho, Dean, School of Social Work, Adivasis, Ms. Dr. Helen Joseph, our former professor as well as the IQAC member, Mr. Brian Lobo, very closely associated with the college, an activist and a social worker, where our students used to be always working in the field, especially in Dhanu and Mokkala areas. All the eminent speakers who are here in our midst, the paper presenters for this conference, organizing committee members, participants, and my dear CSWNM team and students. Greetings and a hearty welcome to the National Conference on Issues and Concerns of Adivasi Tribals, organized by the College of Social Work Autonomous Nebula Niketan. After pandemic, this is the first totally offline conference we are hosting, and we thank the Almighty God for the protection and safety. Yes, indeed, it is a great joy to have you all in person from different parts of the country. Human rights and the birth are the birthrights of every human being, and they form the integral part of the socio-cultural fabric of humanity all over the world. On the eve of the world's Human Rights Day, we are happy to inaugurate this conference with several deliberations on the issues and concerns of tribals, which will be continued tomorrow on the World Human Rights Day. Mr. Nelson Mandela said, "No power on this earth can destroy the thirst for human dignity." Yes, human rights rest on human dignity. The dignity of every human being is what we need to protect and promote. Tribal community in India has been most vulnerable community in all sense. That is, they are discriminated, isolated, excluded, exploited, denied of rights and equality. Attack on their culture and tradition is denial of their existence. Even after centuries, the situation is unchanged. Thus, it is important for us to be conscious and take measures and actions in addressing their issues as practitioners and academicians. The vision of our college is in tune with the spirit of our founders to contribute to building up of a new social order in India based on human dignity and social justice. The college constantly stands by its commitment to work with a preferential option to the vulnerable and exploited groups in the society to ensure their development and empowerment. Established in the year 1955, soon after the independence, we have readily responded to the felt needs of the people according to the science of the times. Field action projects are the best practices of our college, where we have initiated more than 50 plus field action projects on various issues and addressing different target groups with an inclusive approach. Most of these field action projects are now independent NGOs And the present ones that we have is Spandan, working with the tribals at Pangal district in Dhanu and Velasri on health, malnutrition, education and livelihood. Two of our projects in Mumbai are Pravas, working with the senior citizens from slum communities of Goregaon, Bhagat Singh Nagar, towards their self-help group and also the livelihood. Anubhav Youth Development Center is another project which was there right from 1997, but now it is an independent project of the college where we have named it as Anubhav Youth Development Center, focusing more on working with youth in making them socially conscious and empowering them. As an academic institute, we strive to build a cadre of young, competent, professional, having a global perspective and a strong value base of compassion, personal integrity, moderation, tolerance, and self-respect. The motto of our college is, the highest law of love is service. We commit to live by this and strive towards a service that is dedicated and committed to the cause and a desire to make a difference in the lives of all. This conference surely help not only to deliberate on the concerns and issues of tribals, but to design an advocacy strategy to address the emerging concerns of tribals in collaboration with all of you. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome and my best wishes for the success of this conference with a concrete way forward. May our active participation in this conference help us to move ahead with a clear goal and making a difference in the lives of Adivasis, tribal people, in addressing their concerns, issues, respecting and listening with empathy, compassion, and above all, recognizing their presence and contribution to the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lillian, for your warm welcome and for giving us the perspective and direction. I now request Mr. Cletus Suzard, the convener of our conference, to introduce the theme of the conference.
Respected Mr. Bhaka, Dr. Lillian, Professor Vipin, Dr. Helen Joseph, and Mr. Brian, and my dear participants of the entire conference. It's such a pleasure to see each one of you, our plenary speakers, and my colleagues in the College of Social Work, and of course my dear students. It's really heartening to see each one of you so actively present here and entering into this conference here from morning. I can see so many of you here. I would like to start with a very simple question, an existential question. A question that says, that will probably put into perspective our entire theme of the conference. Who am I? Who am I is a question that has plagued not only philosophers, but I'm sure each one of us. And I begin to think, if I am in this conference, who am I? And how am I connected to this conference, the theme, that is National Conference on Issues and Concerns of Adivasi Tribals. Let me attempt to answer it, and that will place into perspective our entire conference. I would say, I'm a human being. And of course, by virtue of being in this college, I'm an educator, isn't it? Right? Okay. It reminds me of the lovely college anthem we just sung. Insan hai hum. we are primarily human beings. And this is what connects me to the earth and other persons in this community. As an educator, I am facilitating a flow of knowledge and experiences to all those around me, and especially to the next generation, if I may say. Interestingly, let me now connect the dots. Indigenous scholars Wahidin P. Topa and Darcia Narvaez raise also pertinent questions along these lines. In their recent book, Restoring the Kinship Worldview, this explores how indigenous knowledge can help humanity survive and thrive now and in the future. Further, they offer deep insights into how indigenous worldview can help us in our shift of our beliefs about how we see our way of being in this world, and set us on the path to education as educators. Now, through this National Conference on Issues and Concerns of Adivasis in India, a way forward, as we can see on the banner, the College of Social Work Nirmala envisages to take a deep dive into how Adivasis, that is indigenous persons, who share such a rich kinship worldview, should in fact be contributors to reversing the existing dominant worldview, which is pretty self-centered and anthropocentric, if I may say. The dominant worldview emphasizes rights and sees nature as dangerous, whereas the kinship worldview emphasizes responsibility and believes nature is benevolent. Unfortunately, as you might have read the brochure, a little brief was given about the Adivasis. In India, as we now know it, how the story unfolds is a different picture altogether. The data, as was written in the brochure, indicates, as Dr. Abhay Bang says, the tribals have remained marginal socially, economically, politically, and geographically. Of course, the statistics say that. I won't go into that. You can see that for yourself. Alarmingly, all this leaves us with various questions. This leads us to the question, how tribals have been politically disarmed, empowered, and right up to the national level. And that's the perspective of the National Conference. In short, we can see that we as CSWNN, that is College of Social Work, Nirmala, decided let's look at it a little squarely and see what can we do. So in consultation with the advisory body that we have here, we decided to focus on some of these issues and concerns that write a different story on the wall, if I may say. What is the story? The 8 sub-themes, as we see in our brochure. Adivasi land alienation displacement, Adivasi culture and identity, migration and livelihood, governance, PESA and tribal councils, Adivasi health and malnutrition, inclusive and quality education, ecology and control over natural resources, atrocities on Adivasis. All different interesting perspectives. I'm sure each one of you would be eager to hear our plenary speakers as they expose the concerns and issues that emerge from here. As the objectives say very clearly, through the National Conference, we'll be attempting to deliberate on the emerging concerns of the Adivasis in the various states of India and identify sustainable models of intervention with Adivasis to address contemporary issues that we now face. Understanding the role of the government also becomes important, and of course our non-governmental actors, that is our sector, in the development of the community of Adivasis. And finally, to say how do we move forward? Can we look at an advocacy strategy? What is this? What do we need to design to address these emerging concerns? How shall we take the reflections that emerge from this conference forward? We, as a College of Social Work, will need to focus on some of the questions raised by our plenary speakers, as we have been discussing, and also through some of the presentations by academicians, research scholars, and students. I'd just like to throw your attention to the prelude of the conference, which I think many of you attended. It set the right this conference on the 3rd of December, where Professor Bipin Jojo shared on the spread of indigenous people, about indigenous people. He started off by putting into perspective their whole presence in the world, and then he drew attention to the various facets of tribal worldview in the area of governance, kinship, as expressed in their relationship to environment, expressed in land, water, forest, and the rest. And of course, a sense of deep sense of spirituality that is expressed in cosmology. He has expressed many concerns, and out of them, many of those which he elaborated upon, he went down to various perspectives that were developed in history, and he spoke about how they have been absorbed, assimilated, and adapted by these various perspectives into various forms. The stance of a researcher cannot be from a colonial mindset. Rather, it has to employ an indigenous epistemology. I think a lot of this will get clarified as we listen to the various speakers. What is this perspective? A perspective from within. I like that point which Sir mentioned. I'd like to end by a quote by a very famous indigenous education expert, Gregory Gachete, who says, "The indigenous goal of living a good life is sometimes referred to Native American people as striving to always think of the highest thought. Thinking the highest thought means thinking of oneself, one's community, one's environment, richly, essentially a spiritual mindset in which one thinks in the highest, most respectfully and most compassionately, thus systematically influencing the actions of both individuals and community. In a way, it is perpetuating a good life that is respectful and of course a dynamic whole." The question that comes to me as we begin this conference, as I said, how do I, or rather we, accompany young students and even our community, some of you are practitioners, to shift from this dominant worldview instead of always thinking the highest thought, to instead thinking of the highest thought. And it is our hope that our sharings and reflections during this conference will center around the process of engaging in this process of reviving the kinship view and entering into a process of decolonizing the epistemological approach of research through our education and our practice through involvement in the field and also influencing advocacy. Thank you, and I request all of you as you participate, also remember, if I may say, our conference has a full schedule, and the schedule, I need not go into it. We have the plenary and we have the panel sessions. You will be actively participating in all that. And there is also the exhibition that is put outside. Please visit the stalls, and all our partner organizations who have put up their products, and you probably interact with some of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Cletus, for posing those questions and asking us to reflect on those, and also giving us a comprehensive view of what to expect in this conference. So now it's time. Instead of lighting the land, we will be watering a potted plant as a symbolic gesture of Adivasis' connectedness with nature. Life on earth cannot survive without water. It is a precious natural resource. Water supports all humans, plants, and animal life. I warmly welcome our renowned speaker, Professor Virginius Khaka, to kindly come forward. I also request all our dignitaries on the stage, Professor Bipin Jojo, Professor Helen Joseph, activist Brian Lobo, our principal, Dr. Nilmin Dias, also our Vice President, Ms. Sabina Gonsalves, and Mr. Cletus Souza to kindly come forward and water the plant. Thank you so much. I call upon Dr. Saman Afroz to kindly introduce our keynote speaker.
A very good morning to everyone. It's my privilege to introduce the keynote speaker of this morning, Professor Adivasis. His name is enough, but still I would like to introduce him further. He is currently a visiting professor at the Institute of Human Development, New Delhi. And before joining the IHD, he was professor of eminence at Tejpur University. And during the tenure of 2016 to 18, he was also a professor and founding deputy director of the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati campus between 2011 to 2016. He taught sociology at the Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi between 1990 to 2011 and Northeastern University, Shillong between 1978 to 1990. In between, he has been a postdoctoral fellow at Mason Day Science Day Home, Paris in 1982, a Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellow at the University of London in 1988, and Fulbright Fellow at the University of California, Santa Cruz, 1998. He is the author of Economic Dualism and Structure of Class, a study in plantation and peasant sittings in North Bengal State, Society and Tribes, Issues in Post-Colonial India, co-author of Tea Plantation Labor in India, and co-editor of Social Exclusion and Adverse Inclusion, Development and Deprivation of the Adivasis in India work, Institutions and Sustainable Livelihood, Issues and Challenges of Transformation, Employment and Labour Market in Northeast India, Interrogating Structural Changes, and Handbook of Tribal Politics in India. He's been the chairman of the high-level committee to study the socio-economic, health and educational status of tribal communities of India, constituted by the Government of India in 2013. So I welcome you, sir. It's a matter of great pride for all of us to have you with us today at the College of Social Work, Nirmala Niketan. So I invite you for your keynote address.
So we shall lend our ears to Professor Khata. Let's put our hands together and welcome Professor Khata.
At the outset, comes back to time.
I forgot. We will just request Deepshika to kindly bring the token of appreciation to welcome Professor Khata.
At the outset, I would like to thank the College of Social Work, Nirmala Niketan, for this invitation. But before coming back, let me start with this one. Dr. Adivasis and activities, social work practitioners and students. It has been an honor to be invited to the College of Social Work at Nirmal. And I had heard about these institutions when I was at the Adivasis of Social Sciences. Because that is when I was for the first time exposed to the discipline of, I don't know the discipline of social work, but nevertheless, the social work practices or social work departments. And while conversations, always some people told me that if you want to do hardcore of social work, you must go to Nirmal Educator. And if you want to do soft social work, you must go to the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. I was quite bothered about it. Of course, that basically shows that the perspective, somewhat maybe different. But that's the kind of idea with which I was exposed to the College of Social Work at Navigator. And I was curious, what this institution is all about. I did not know about it. And therefore I'm extremely thankful for these invitations. I was still not very sure to come, but BP is a good friend of mine, and when he said that this is what is being planned, I couldn't say no, but therefore I thank again the conference team, particularly Cletus and others who have extended this invitation. When I saw the brochure of the conference, I was quite delighted because I always associated social work with an idea of social problems. And in the conference brochure, it says issues and concerns of Adivasis. So I said, why the problems? Why one should really talk about the issues? So I tried to look at the meaning of what the issues really means and what really the meaning of the problem. And I thought that there are a lot of mind, a lot of thinking that has gone in formulating this theme of the conference, because issues and concerns, issues primarily indicate that these are the subjects of debate and discussions. It's not something which is taken for granted. So issues is one which is open-ended, and therefore the debate and discussions, and therefore there could be a different way in which issues can really be perceived, can be looked at and examined. And if we look at India, we know that as to how Adivasi issues are really been considered, how to be looked at, and we know that there are multiplicity of views in the way in which the issues, Adivasi issues are really taken. And therefore, it is very important for us to ground ourselves into the kind of concepts, the categories, the perspectives, the frameworks that we use in order to understand the issues. And it is very important. And I think in formulating this theme of the conference on Adivasis, I think a lot of ideas, a lot of thinking has really gone into it, and I really congratulate the organizing team for this. Now, there are two ways in which we can look at issues, or if I put it in a larger context of problems. What generally I, as a trained as a sociologist, and therefore we always talk about the sociological problems rather than just problems. Because sociological problems or sociological issues, when we talk about it, we are really trying to look at the problem in terms of the various interacting institutional structures of the society. We generally tend to ask questions as to what is really happening, when this happening has begun, how this is happening, how will we account for. So there are all these kind of questions that really go on in the making of understanding. No, understanding, explaining it is very, very important. And therefore, before we move into engaging with the issues, I think it is important for us to understand, to examine, and therefore raise various kinds of questions and trying to see the problem we are encountering, issues we are discussing, how do we really look at, how do we really understand it, and therefore understanding is very, very important. Now, understanding, I think, takes you in different kind of directions depending on what concepts to be used, what categories we really use. When I grew up as a child, and I grew up in T state, in the Bhai West Bengal, I never had a consciousness of being Adivasi or being a consciousness of a tribe. The earliest consciousness that I had is one of being a coolie labor, because most of the workers who had moved away from central India to work in the East States were primarily by both the management and by the even the what is called supporting staff, or predominantly Bengalis managers were invariably the British. We were always addressed, we were always talked about as the coolies. Therefore, my first consciousness in my life was as a coolie, as I coming from a working class background, but even the working class background, it had a very pejorative sense, in the sense, even among the working class, the lowest of the working class, and therefore those who are actually dealing with mud, the soil, and so on and so forth, and therefore located in the far-flung areas of the country. It's only when I went to schools that I realized that I am Adivasi. Because most of the children who went to the missionary schools actually were mostly the Adivasis and the Nepalis and some Biharis. So, but then the Adivasis there belong to different kind of community. People from Odisha, from Andhra Pradesh, from Jharkhand, from Chhattisgarh, from even Maharashtra. So these were very different kind of community in which I grew. But then this idea of Adivasi comes on gradually, and it's only when I started moving to the university, I realized that I need to be a tribe because I needed a certificate. So you can see that as to what is the type of fundamental consciousness of as a human being, fundamental consciousness of being what you are. You start as maybe a particular family, that particular family may be identified as being a Munda, being there's a worldly, being a custodian, so that's the fundamental that you start with. And then gradually that identity develops into another identity. In case of Central India, particularly Jharkhand, Adivasi consciousness came up, and this Adivasi consciousness came up around the 1930s, where you find that people become educated. But then that again has a rootedness in the idea of what the anthropologists and the missionaries who were writing about the Adivasis, they were talking about them as aboriginals. In the sense that they were beginners, they were the natives of the place. So it is in that sense you find gradually the idea of Adivasis really increases, and since 1930s it became very important. 1930 there was Adivasi Mahasabha, and then the idea of Adivasi as we have a historian who writes from Gujarat, I'm forgetting his name because of the aging and forgetting the name. Actually the idea of Adivasi still moves in different parts of the country. You find that now, except for the northeast, you find that large number of people who identify themselves as Adivasis. So that's so the question, why is it therefore we have moved away from being called a tribe to Adivasi? And before the I just would like to very quickly, because we are talking about what for issues and concerns of Adivasi, I would like to just dwell over this. See, initially it has always been thought in terms of tribes. And tribes is not something
tribe is a universal category. There are tribal people, and in fact the idea of tribe emerged much before, let's say, in other parts of the world, let's say, than India. Because in the 17th, 18th century, the Europeans were going to different parts of the world, particularly from America, whether you talk about the South America and the North America, they did find people who were very different from them. And they were at a level of development which was what you call in European region, lower than what the Europeans were. And that is how you find an idea of tribes really come. So the tribe is being associated with people who were lowest or closest to the nature. Very little of difference between the nature and people. Because nature and people, in fact, are almost at a very elementary level. So, in the sense that basically that idea that you are lowest began to be addressed in terms of savage, a barbarian, and more refined terms of primitive. Nevertheless, even primitive is a very derogatory term. Now that is the idea. So you find that the idea of a tribe, which was earlier, let's say it was just being talked about to some group of people with a common heritage. Now in the 17th century, 18th century, it gets loaded with the idea of being a savage. So you find that there was the idea of a tribe and the savage, that, so when you talk about tribe, basically you talk about savage. The meaning of tribe is associated with the savage. And then go on into the writings of the colonialists, whether you talk about in the United States or South America, even in India you find. So you find that when British entered India, they had already this idea of a tribe. And the idea of a tribe is savage, is someone who was primitive. But you find that this was when the British or colonial state encountered India, they were confused. Who are tribes, who are not tribes? Because those who are on the fringe, you find that they found it extremely difficult to differentiate tribes versus the others who were, let's say, on the fringe of society. So they were not very sure. And they were not very sure as to how to think of India. So thinking of India, in fact, greatly shaped the thinking of the tribes in India. So on the one hand, when you talk about the thinking of tribes, you have to think in two different lines. One is the way in which thinking has developed in social sciences, particularly social anthropology, and the other is the thinking that has been going on in the state practices, the colonial state practices. And colonial state administration, as I said, in the 17th century, when they eventually decide to rule the country, they were confused as to how to think of India, because India was not like, let's say, Latin America. It had a long history of civilization. So they knew that India is not the same as in America or Australia, Canada. They knew it, and therefore you find out how do we therefore think of the tribes. And therefore the thinking of the tribes greatly was influenced by the thinking of the society, Indian society. Now how did they think about Indian society? Indian society, even before the coming of the British, you find that they were Maharashtrians, maybe they named them differently, they were Bengalis, they were Gujaratis, they were Assamese, they were Punjabis. So there were this idea of diversity. They were different nationality. So will this India be thought about in terms of the line of different nationalities? Diversity. Or you have to think in terms of commonality, the core of Indian society. And British thinking about this, they try to find out what is commonality, what is really common. And that is how you find that religion is something tends to be a pervasive commonality among different linguistic groups that live in different parts of India. So this idea of trying to find out what is really common, and therefore that Hinduism becomes important, and Hinduism primarily can understand in terms of civilization. So you can talk of civilization, Hindu civilization, Islamic civilization, Buddhist civilization, you can talk about the Jain civilization. And therefore people who were outside of this civilization, were by and large identified as tribes. It became a residual category. So those who were not part of the civilizations that have been leveled in terms of either the Zion, the Buddhist, Islam, the Hindu, in fact, they remain an outside. And this is how they get and so they identified them as different. So even as early as what's called early 19th century, when they encounter tribals, they realize they are very different kind of people than the people who live in the plains. They were very different. And that's why you find, because the moment they started annexing the tribal territories, they realized, because tribals were restless of this intrusion on the territory. They challenged them, there were a series of revolts and rebellions in different places. And immediately they said, no, we must give them a different system of administration. So as early as 1820s, you find that there is a non-regulation system was introduced. So you have non-regulation system basically meant that the law and the rules enacted by the colonial state will not be applicable into the territories which are inhabited by the tribal people. So this was already, they realized, and that they talk in administrative, they gave a different kind of administrative structure, where you find that the colonially enacted laws will not be applicable. Some extent, yes, but there was some sort of space for them to govern in terms of their own traditions and customs. So that was already there. But nevertheless, when you are talking about how to conceptualize, practices they knew that different. But how do you conceptualize? And there I think there were a lot of problems in the colonial period. If you look at the census, they would talk about caste and within caste, the right tribes, etc. And then gradually, as I say, you find that colonial state began to develop a little greater clarity in the way in which they try to conceptualize. And that clarity, that thought, really came in terms of the way they conceptualize Indian society, primarily in terms of religion. And therefore you find that they conceptualize tribes in terms of animistic practice, in terms of tribal religion. So if you look at the colonial period in the 1901, 1911, 1931, they are thinking of specifying tribal communities primarily in terms of animistic practices, or what you call the tribal religion. So you find the lens of religion in trying to sort of redefine. And in the process, what you find lens of religion is there in terms of animistic practice, and then of course the territory, the isolation. And so these became, so they never try to understand what this society is all about. They just identify. So even the sense that they're identifying these groups, like Gulams, the Mundas, the Sultans, and trying to keep them, as a kind of tribe. But never try to specify, never try to understand what do we mean by a tribe. So that's description, that's leveling. But what is it that the tribe is? That was never thought about, let's say, by the colonial administration. So colonial administration moves in one kind of directions, although you find a colonial state at worst, in many ways it impacts tribals in very serious ways. But on the other hand, you find that social scientists they start thinking about tribes in somewhat different way, more academic way, more refined, more nuanced way. And that is when you find that tribe is a society. A society with a language, with a territory, with a distinct culture, with a government of their own, and governing themselves in terms of rules and regulations specific to their own society. So that is when you find that tribals therefore began to be thought as a society, like any other society. We talk of Bengali as a society, Assam as a society, or Maharashtra as a society. Similarly, you find that tribes are a society because they have the same kind of characteristics, same features as that of a Maharashtrian or as a Gujarati, except that maybe in terms of numbers, in terms of demography, they are much smaller, but nevertheless, they represent them. So that became important as a society. But then when you talk about society, what is it that tribal society can be made different from, let's say, Maharashtrian society or Gujarati society? That's when you think, and then we have to find out what is the core, what is the core feature of these two societies. And that is when you find anthropologists say, well, the tribal society is primarily based on what is known as kinship. Kinship, the sense the blood and the family relationship, unlike that of caste. And therefore you find that in trying to differentiate the caste, which is hierarchical division of society, people engage in different kind of occupations, and here the tribal where you find there is no differentiations, but they are all engaged in the same kind of occupations, but nevertheless there is a kind of class and basic relationship. That's how it differentiates. So you find that dichotomy between tribes and caste becomes very important in terms of understanding tribal society in India. So first of all, they go, but at the same time you find that yes, they are different, but also they represent a stage of development which is, let's say, very less developed as compared to others, what we call the idea of sadness. So there are these three elements that come up in the conceptualization of tribes in the social anthropological writings. Because there are social anthropologists who have been engaged with the study of tribes. That tribe is a society, tribe is a type of society, and tribes represent a particular stage in the development of a society. These are the three. So even when you find that time is changing, or stage is changing, because very often you say that, they are transformed, they are becoming, now that so many tribals are educated and in the college of social work, how could they be identified as tribes? Because it's undergone change. So you find that there may be as a type of society that undergone change, there is some sort of a hierarchy emerging, inequality emerging. As a type of society, they are no longer doing shifting cultivations or what is called agriculture, but they become maybe business, the traders, maybe officers. But nevertheless, as a society, they do exist. And therefore, I think when we talk about tribes, I try to understand their problems, we have to take them as a society. We cannot equate them as an occupational category. Tribes are not occupational category. Because when we talk of caste, people are engaged in different kinds of occupations. No, tribes are not. Tribes are by and large, until very recent years, mostly did the same kind of work. The homogeneity of occupation, homogeneity of culture. There are no social differences. So that I think is still very important. So when people today talk about tribes, particularly in Northeast, very important, they don't like to identify with Adivasis because of historical reasons. Because people who moved away from this part of the world to Bengal, to Assam, they are by and large and identified as Adivasis. And therefore, there is a difference in terms of social and cultural category. And therefore, generally they will, but they will identify themselves as indigenous people, and they will not try to accept the Adivasis because it's also a sort of impositions of the English language over the people. That's it, it's more of a Sanskritic terms, and Sanskritic terms are really being imposed in terms of understanding the tribal people of the Northeast. So they don't really appreciate. On the contrary, they talk about that we are tribals. Although as I say, historically the meaning of the tribals is something in terms of associated with society. So you find that the idea of tribe, the meaning of tribe itself is undergoing change. So people use the term in a very different sense. If you look to the Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, where you have thousands of people with educated English tribal children are put into the hostels. They will talk them as tribals, they're jungly, they're primitive, they're savage. That's the kind of an idea. But if you ask a tribal, what do you say? You say that, well, I belong to a different kind of society. So you find that meaning has to be kind of, what is the lens from which one really looks at? Are we really looking at tribals? If you use the term tribe, the lens of that these people are savage, they are barbarians, primitive, socioeconomically backward, or are you really looking at them as a society, as people who speak different language, have a territory, has historical sort of governance, is that used? So these are terms, and therefore, rather than, so you find that meaning is undergoing change. And even the meaning of a tribe has undergone change. Earlier, as I said, it was a neutral category to identify people who belong to, come from certain lineage. But then in the 17th century, the idea of primitive is introduced. But that now in India, we are not able to do away with it. Because it is a constitutional and administrative category. In the West, you find that the tribe, the idea of the concept, the category of tribe has been done away with. If you write a paper and you use the term tribe and you say to any journal in the West, they will just ask you, what do you mean by this term tribe? Because you find that thinking is changing. And the thinking is that there, before the colonialists really came and they dominated dominated them, exploited them, oppressed them. Now that's the kind of, so indigenous people in fact is a pointer to the history. If you take tribal, it doesn't point to the history. It points to the fact that you, in terms of social and certain kinds of social and cultural practices. So you have to historicize, even when you use the term tribe, you have to historicize rather than look in terms of just certain kinds of attributes, which generally people use in terms of. So you find that there is a need of historicizing, and when you historicize, much of the problems that this conference has enumerated in terms of talking about land alienations, in terms of displacement, in terms of education and language, in terms of malnutrition or nutrition problems, these are all product of historical background. This has to be looked at in terms of history. You have to look at in terms of political economy of the country. You can't look at in terms of just an isolated place of the Adivasis. The reason I say that they are because so history is a part of the political economy, and as to how the political economy is impacting the Adivasis is very, very critical. I believe that the macro situations invariably need to be linked with the macro situations. You can't just study tribals in a local context outside of its interactions, outside of its context, outside of the legal and the market and other kinds of framework. It's very, very important. And this began in the colonial period. And much of the problems that tribals, that Adivasis particularly experiencing today, began with the colonial period. Because of the fact that they were linked through roads, railways, and other means of communications. The tribal areas were linked or integrated in that sense. They were integrated with the market trade forms. They were integrated with the labor. So you have a land market, you have a labor market, you have trade. So you find that tribals are not only getting integrated with the state, the colonial state, but they are also getting integrated with the market. Initially commodity market, then it becomes a land market, it becomes credit market, you give them credit advance for their sustenance, get the land mortgaged, and then eventually they are unable to pay the interest, then you take away the land. That happened in history. And then of course, dispossessions through the railways, through minings and others that began in the colonial period. So that colonial phase or the colonial paradigm of development, as far as Adivasis are concerned, it continues even today. We have not changed that. So that's one. So today you find that now only thing is that today difference is that during colonial period there was very little attention to the development of the tribals, particularly education and health is something was being considered. And colonial state used to give money to the missionaries or people who would like to go. Other than that, there was hardly anything. So they incorporated tribal areas in the colonial territory, but they did little in order to improve the quality of life of the people. At best, they did some grant to the missionaries in order to educate and extend health facilities. That's what it did. Today in colonial period, you are actually introduced through colonial government, through constitutions, affirmative action program. In the sense that we take representations, in jobs, in education institutions, in politics. But more important than that, because job and education, it just represent. But if you don't develop, it's just like nothing. Because entering into higher educational institutions, entering into employment needs qualifications. So you find that the affirmative action program, various kinds of development action programs, etc. But these development action programs of the state, whether you talk of education, whether you talk of health, whether you talk of removing poverty, in fact it's tied up with the larger political economy. So you want to do social work in terms of how to improve what is called the conditions of the people in the village, or education, or your health. But the fact is that they are also part of the larger political economy where you find minings, where you find agricultural projects, where you have industries. these are also really coming up. So on the one hand, you find that these processes are constantly disturbing, dispossessing them. On the other hand, you want to introduce this kind of what's called the schemes. How do you think it will work? It doesn't work. This whole idea of affirmative action program, particularly in the context of centrally or middle or mainland India, so-called mainland India, to my mind, is a myth. It's a myth. Because on the one hand, the affirmative action becomes important, becomes tenable only when you're trying to elevate from where they are to the higher situations, to higher level of learning. In case of the Adivasis in the mainland India, you are actually impoverishing them through land alienations, through the mining, through hydraulic projects, through industrial projects, and thereby making them more vulnerable than what they were. And then in that kind of situations, you bring about this kind of schemes. Is it really an affirmative action program? That's, I think, the seriously need to be thought about it. I always argue that as far as the Adivasis mainland India is concerned, the development is not an affirmative action program, but it is a terms of trade. Economists talk about terms of trade, unequal exchange. We give you affirmative action, we give you representation. In return, you have to give us your land, your forest, your resources. Because on that, you find the whole development of India, the national development or regional development is built. Well, paradoxically, these are the regions which are very rich in mineral resources. So, you find that Jharkhand, they say, is probably the richest, or Odisha, richest in mineral, but you find that Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Andhra Pradesh are the worst in terms of development indicators. Look at Maharashtra. What has really happened to the tribals in and around Mumbai? Have you ever been historically looked at? And where probably you find Thane and Motiji, the Worli areas or Kashmiri areas. So where have they gone? How this has happened? They have not disappeared in one day. They are not in the situations today. There has been a process. And the way in which, despite the fact that you have land, I think there is a protected mechanism. And yet you find that land has invariably moved away from the tribal tribal. So yes, because Maharashtra is developed a little relatively more developed than others, then spill over of effectual education you find a little better, health status is slightly better, you find that the employment is slightly better, but you find that they are invisible. They are not visible politically in the sense in which you find tribals, let's say, in other parts of India, India are visible. So that's the kind of problem. So visibility, equality. So you are getting absorbed into the domain. The questions of identity is when it comes to the problem. So these are some of the issues I think education you just take. I just put, I think I'm taking. Education you just take. What is the kind of education system? Canada is doing away with the boarding schools. They are making reparations. There is a process of reconciliation for the damage, for the violence that they, let's say, the 19th century and 20th century. And they are restructuring, rethinking. What do we like to do? We are trying to reproduce even today. The same kind of a culture. Look at the way in which residential schools are housing, and look at the way in which the money had been earmarked in the last two budgets for the residential schools. You want to take away people from the parents, from the regions, and you want to give them education. It is so basically your thrust is that you want to make them literate. So you have an agenda to say that tribals are literate. But at what cost? Why can't you give education in the place where they are? Why you have to take them from the child to the primary school or ashram school and then indoctrinate them? And then it's a process. This is what I'm saying. Is that when do you find that this was the time when I think tribal areas should have primary schools, primary health centers, every state should have covered. Rather than doing that, what we are now concentrating them into certain pockets, certain kinds of institutions, residential schools. Why residential schools have to be so important today? Do you like to go to residential schools? at the age of 4 or 5. These were all colonial practices. We are trying to reproduce the colonial practices in India. And it's very unfortunate. Where will these children go? They will get alienated from their parents, they will get alienated from the territory, they will get alienated from their community, they will not be able to speak their language, and they will find a whole language and answer when you talk about it completely against it. These are the problems that we have. It has happened to education, and I will not be surprised if it is going to happen to the health system as well. But even today you find that if you look at the health infrastructure in the tribal areas, you find there is a lot of deficit of the primary health center, the community health center, in terms of doctors, in terms of nurses. So you look at it. So where is this? So you take so the problem that we are talking about, I think we have to problematize this development, the paradigm of development. I will see whether there is a possibility for us as social scientists, as a development practitioners, as an activist, to think of an alternative, our way forward. I think that is very important. But before you look for a way forward, there is a need to critique, and you need to critically debate, and say you have to make this tribal issues as a point of debate and discussions. And debate and discussions and see as to what is it that failed, what is it that has not worked, and why it is not work. And therefore, I think examining that, probably we can really move forward to the way forward. And if you go forward, then you have to reconceptualize what the sense in which you think about tribe, what the sense in which we talk about the Adivasis. Do we want to take Banwasi as an important category in terms of understanding? Or what is it that we really do? So I think the concepts and concepts gives certain kinds of perspectives. The perspectives itself need to be examined. And I think we have to work, even in terms of alternative, we have to look for the perspective which is, driven by the idea of freedom, idea of equality, idea of justice. And therefore the inclusiveness here doesn't necessarily mean that you include formal inclusion. This I think is a substantive inclusion in terms of addressing the idea of freedom, liberty, equality and justice. That's I think is important. And this is precisely what the Constitution had envisaged. In terms of, let's say, 6 scheduled provision in the Northeast, but Northeast problem is less, and that's why I'm not going to talk about it. But 5th scheduled provision in the 6 scheduled areas, the 10 states. And this, what is it? The 5th scheduled provision was trying to give the protection, because you find that there are people who are simple, who are lower level of development, they are blind, so they need to be protected. So that was the 5th schedule, but 5th schedule didn't work. It is meaningless. Letter and spirit, 5th schedule has not really worked, and it's precisely because the 5th schedule of the Indian Constitution, which provides a protective mechanism, was completely bulldozed by the state in terms of taking away the land and the forest, land for the public purpose, for the development of the nations, and the forest, state management of forest taken away from the tribals, and they give them illegal occupancy. So this idea of what you call the forest rights access. So two important what's called the law of the table, which try to give them, restore them traditional systems of management. But you restore traditional system of management when you have taken away from everything. Your forest rights is trying to restore the rights which they had, but then it is not really working. So why is it not working? Neither the PESA is working, not the forest rights. I think these are issues which we need to examine, and this has to be looked at in terms of larger historical and larger political and economic context. Because the moment you give PESA, your forest rights, you are initiating a self-determined development. Till now, the development of the tribals has been initiated by outside, state, and an external force. They think what is really good, and that's what is really good. So all throughout the Constitution in India, the state has initiated development practices, which is what is it for the rural population in India. And you think of tribals are different from the others, but you never integrated any kind of specific projects which are oriented to the language, the culture, and society as a whole. So that's the kind of problem. So I think, and then overall you have this whole political inequality. So even the development extreme sector of affirmative action has really been in position. And political economy has also been in position. So where is this place for Adivasis, the tribals, to have a self-determined growth? As Maharashtra, you determine yourself. You are the one who develop and you are developing it for your own people. If they are Bengali, you have the state, you develop them, and you develop the governing, and people who are governing are your own people. In case of Adivasis, where they are, neither they govern themselves, nor they being governed. So you find in case of Adivasis, there is complete clarity, very bold, overpowering of the state, of the larger populations, and the law and the policies are all oriented towards how to take away the land and the forest, and even policy how to orient them to assimilate them into the other Indian society. So, Constitution talks about integrating because it has to protect, but that protection is gone. And once the protection is gone, Adivasis will not remain what they are, but they are actually getting assimilated. And a time will come, in 100 years, when you find that there will be no substantive mark of differentiating tribes from the rest of the society. That's possible, unless we think of an alternative, unless we think of certain kinds of interventions. And that is where I think this conference, talking about land irrigations, about the displacement, about education, about the health, about atrocities, about what is called the PESA, the Forest Rights Act, becomes extremely important. And I think that when you do that, you in a way try to see macro situations and macro situations are extremely important. You will have only inadequate understanding if you just focus on a micro situation. And therefore, I say, I urge you, when you examine, I think, look at the macro in the context of the larger situations. It could be left village to block, the district, to the state, to the national. And that is the way probably we can have better understanding and therefore we can develop a better strategy to address the Adivasi issues in India. So yes, that's a very good movement.
Thank you, Professor Khata. I invite Dr. Vaijithanan, our IPS coordinator, to kindly thank Professor Khata.
When we say keynote address, it actually sets the tone for the entire conference of 2 days. And what a way that is, this has not only set the tone, it has given a perspective. It is true that, we do not look at, I take responsibility as a majority society, that somehow we miss out looking at tribal as a different society with different culture and identity. And you have brought this into the perspective. So we need to get out of this idea of doing good and talk about respecting the rights and standing up with them when they're losing whatever they have and they're losing their identity. That is what is the crux which you have brought in. And I'm really, really thanking you on behalf of College of Social Work for doing this and bringing this perspective to, because many of us, majority of them are students, we are engaging ourselves, as you rightly said, we are engaging ourselves at the grassroots, working with the Adivasi. But we won't be able to do anything unless we change the perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vaijanta. So we have some time for comments. Maybe we can take two or three comments. Comments or questions.
As you said, we should think on macro level. Am I audible?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Sir, as you said, we should think of different policies and we should work on micro as well as macro level. So what you will suggest, what should be the strategies we should apply while working with them? What is yours? What do you think, sir?
So I would like to take 2-3 questions at a time, so maybe more questions we can have.
Another question, I think it's on social work education. Like, I think we have not had a proper course curriculum on understanding urban society or perspective on how to intervene with Adivasi communities. Barring effort by this a decade back to introduce Dalit and tribal studies. I think other schools of social work have not worked seriously on this topic. So it's not just to the keynote speaker, but also to the experts on the dais. I think what could be some strategies to think about.
I didn't know questions. I did not.
So Brian Howe is asking you to introduce yourself and where you are from, whoever wants to give their comments on this.
My name is Akshay Shugar. I am from MSW first year Nirmala Niketan student. मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि आदिवासी अगर हम कहते हैं कि मूल निवासी है, आदि मतलब मूल और वासी मतलब निवासी, अगर वो मूल निवासी है वो माइग्रेंट होके कहाँ भी जा रहे हैं तो वो मूल निवासी है तो उनको रोजगार या बाकी सब चीजें वो क्यों नहीं मिले, कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबल है? और अगर रिजर्वेशन उनके लिए है, कुछ लोग रिजर्वेशन ले पा रहे हैं या जो लोग हैं कुछ लोगों तक पहुंच रहा है, बाकी के लोग उससे वंचित रह रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए जवाबदार कौन? पॉलिटिकली भी और सोशली भी।
I am Chimli from Nirmala Niketan, Hospital Social Work first year. I have a concern, like in any business scholar, scholar want to study something related indigenous culture from where she doesn't belong. Like she doesn't belong from any Adivasi identity. So there is a continuous debate is going on, like researching on Adivasis is always kind of top-down approach. So what will be your suggestion if someone wants to do any study on indigenous culture who doesn't belong from that particular community? What kind of perception we should keep in our mind before taking this kind of topic? Thank you.
Actually, I don't know that there is going to be a question out of spoken presentations because I would have loved to have a lecture invite for me. But anyhow, a couple of questions that have come is that I think we have to seriously. I think even if you take a village, don't look at village as if they are cut off from the rest of the other villages, as to how they engage. And then you find that the cluster villages, how they are linked with the block, how the block is linked with the district, how the district is linked with other districts. So what is the kind of dynamics that are actually seeing? They are very important to understand. So if you just look at the village globally, you find that many of the issues which are impeding them, you will not be able to capture. I think, so that's why I'm saying is that macro city, for example, if you want to ask very simple, how will you understand displacement in a village if you don't really bring the layers of the factors which are going into the making of a displacement? So I think there's I'm just suggesting that I think when we engage, even as a researcher or the practitioner, I think there is a need to look at the larger canvas within which we really need to do that. And for example, are there conflicts that are happening between different villages? Are there cooperations, etc.? So these are the ways totally you can think about it. As far as migration is concerned, yes, migration is really happening. And I think that Adivasis are migrating a great deal. Because you find because of the loss of land, loss of resources, because from what they were, they become marginalized, the landlessness. And therefore they are now entering into the labor market, but labor market not in the formal labor market, but they enter into the informal labor market. And even when you move to the formal labor market, when you move from, let's say, from one state to another, for example, in Delhi, you can't be identified as civil. Government of Delhi may not recognize your civil right. Because you find a lot of people have come from different parts of India in Delhi. Because constitutionally there is nothing like a legal category in Delhi because there were, when constitutions are framed, there were no Adivasis, there were no tribes, but have moved. Now how do we educate them? And similarly you find that a lot of people who have moved from plains to the tribal areas and tribals in their own district are becoming a minority. So these are problems which are there. Now how we situate these in terms of Mulvasi or Adivasi, these have to be examined. I'm not saying that we can give you a formula. There's nothing like a formula. This has to be looked at in terms of the dynamics, etc. So if you find that in most of the Jharkhand, Odisha, if you develop area, you go where there are no people from outside. You go to the you go to the city, town. When you find tribals, you will find a mini school, not even probably 1% or 2%. But they are there. And sometimes we are so much focusing the tribals in the rural context, the tribals who have moved into the city, we are almost completely overlooked them. Don't really try to understand the problems. And you find that there is increasing now the percentage of people, tribal people, into the cities. Almost now I think the census, if you look at the 9 or 10%, if you look at Northeast, you find many almost 50 to 20 to 30, 40% people are actually now concentrated in the cities. So this city is becoming important, and tribals who are associated earlier with the forest or land is also moving to cities. So I think these are issues which are there. As I said, these are all, as a social worker, as a practitioner, policy maker, we need to debate and find it out a way out. Because any solution can come only in terms of debate and discourse. It can't come. There's nothing like what is called prepared recipe, that is what you have to do it. anthropologists and social workers. And the people who have really developed a new kind of methodology and therefore you can to some extent overcome the kind of constraint, the kind of barriers that really exist between, let's say, outsiders and insiders. Because there are ways in which you know how to tap and how to address them. So those are the problems which are there. But I always say that anthropologists, for example, they have to, when you do ethnography, you have to be, historically they have been participants and living in the community. So also social workers, they do it. So it depends to what extent you are able to create a kind of web, a kind of rapport. And as I said, in this I always find that Adivasis, social workers, good social anthropologists are much better in terms of understanding than people like me who hardly do field work. I hardly have grassroots experience, so I don't really think that because we have a good field work. I experienced the greatest difficulty of doing field work in my own society when I was doing the country. So these are insider and outsider anthropology problem, and it's only taken on realize as to why I was having a problem, because I was educated and I went to a state where there was a trade union rivalry, there was a murder case, and I was suspected as someone who's come from outside to do the investigation. So I am really a terrible time when I was doing a field work. But when I did a field work in a Muslim village, it was something alien. It was such a pleasant experience. So these are all problems that really come up. You think that I belong to a community and they pay few people, it doesn't necessarily mean that. So I think one has to just say that you may have an advantage, but then that does not necessarily mean that everyone will have that kind of insight. You have to, even when you have empathy, you must have perspective, you must have a kind of relationship, build of confidence. I think very important. Just dropping there and everything will be resolved. Thank you.
Going to conclude this inaugural session. All of you will agree with me that the whole campus was vibrating the echo of Professor Kaka's prominence. On behalf of the management and the principal, I thank you, Professor Kaka, for your gracious presence. You have enhanced our joy and we stand motivated. Pedro Arupe says, only by becoming a person for others does one become fully human. We thank you, our advisory committee members, Professor Jojo, Professor Helen, activist Brian, for their guidance, for helping us establish contacts with eminent resource persons and being with us on this journey from conception of the idea to this very day. Our grateful blessings to all of them, and as a token of appreciation, I request Ms. Sabina to kindly come up and felicitate our advisory committee members. Professor Vipin Jojo. we have got herbal plant from an organization called Jeevan Vidya Nandurbar. The plant that we are giving to Professor Helen is part I invite Brian to my name. We are giving him a tulsi plant. We also thank our staff and students, especially of MSW 1 class, who have worked tirelessly to make this event happen. We gratefully acknowledge the presence of our NGO partners who have put up their stalls to depict their work with the tribals. I'm sure you will be delighted to visit and patronize their stalls. Their stalls are just behind this building. Thanks to Ms. Noela and her team for providing this hall and making the necessary arrangements. Our plenary session will be at 11:30 at CSW Kenneth Hall, first floor. Thank you.
Because I'm really fan of the work which has been done by all of them. Dr. Milind Bokil, I really have been reading some of your work and I really wanted to meet you one of the days because I do tell my students to read many of your writings because it makes sense to them. Baru Sonomeji, शहाड्यामध्ये तुमचं भारत पाटणकर बरोबरचं तुमचं association, I've heard about it and I really wanted to meet you. मला तुम्हाला भेटायचं होतं and I'm very happy that you are here. Puna, it is nice to see you. And so all of them are eminent people who have really worked on the, very closely with the issues of the Adivasis, the tribal. I'll introduce all three of them right in the beginning so that we don't have to wait for each person to come and talk. So I'll start with, one second. I'll start with Milind Bokil sir. He's a well-known writer. He has, many books. One of his book on, which was called Shala, has been made into a film. And, he has also written books on Katkari and issues of Katkari. And, his books are really very simple to read. Students also find it easy to associate. And, his experience has been varied, right from HR to various other areas. And it looks like there is a close association with social work when I read his biography. He has done his PhD from Pune University, sir, if I am wrong, please correct me. Yeah, and so this is Dr. Milind Bokil. Now I will be talking about Baru Sonomeji. Baru Sonomeji has written poems. One of his set of poems is Godhad, which has been translated. He has worked very closely with various organizations, grassroots organizations. He was president of 5th Adivasi Sahitya Sammelan, which was held in Palghar in 1990. And if you look at the various kinds of, where he was the president, Adivasi Ekta Parishad, Parivartanwadi Sahitya Sammelan, Dusre Vidrohi Sahitya Sammelan, Nandurbar Jilla Sahitya Sammelan. But he is known for poems the poems, the set of poem was translated in Hindi called Pahad Hilne Laga, and he has always responded to the issues of the tribal, and I think having him with us will really bring the lived experience which we lack many times when we talk about issues of the tribal community. Then we have Poonam Saha. Poonam Saha has worked, she also has Adivasi Vikas Sangatna. Yeah. So she is associated with organizations which are connected with the Adivasis, and she has also written and she has done research on various issues related with the tribal communities. So welcome, Poonam. So all three of them are here, and we would start with, I would suggest that let's start with Dr. Milind Vokil, and then we can have one after that. Thank you, sir, if you can start.
Thank you, Mr. Anand. It gives me really great pleasure to be here today. I have been hearing about College of Nirmala Niketan to their students, and any college is recognized not by the building or where it is located, but by the work that is done by their students. And if on that ranking, the accreditation system should be really on that ranking, that what the students have done. And from that ranking, I am sure Nirmala Niketan will stand in one of the top 5 colleges in the country, because I have been associating with a lot of your students for last 40 years almost. When we started working, your students were already there in the tribal areas. Mr. Vijay Sathe, in the Vidulpure, and many others. Then later on, Ulka Mahajan and others. So everywhere you go, there are students of Nirmala Niketan doing that work. So it really gives me pleasure to be here today and talking to the students here on this such an important conference. The topic that is given to me is to discuss the issues of self-governance and more the special act that was passed, that is called Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas, and some of the other related issues. So I am taking for granted certain things, especially that all of you are familiar with this Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas, PESA Act. I am also taking for granted that you are familiar with the provisions of the 5th schedule, and it is on that foundation I am going to take this discussion further, because I understand that students of social work would in general know about the tribal situation, but some of the issues that we are discussing and some of the issues which Professor Khaka has already flagged off in the morning, we take certain areas for granted. So please excuse me if certain things are not clear to you. We can always explain that in the question and answer sessions. So the first point is, although India is called as a democratic republic, governance is not sufficiently attended to. The aspect of governance per se. We take great pride in being called a great democratic republic and holding elections after every 5 years and so on. But governance per se is an extremely neglected aspect. Because Indian people are asked to elect the government, but they are not supposed to govern that government. मतलब हमको ये बताया जाता है कि आप हर समय चुनाव आएंगे तब मतदान करो और सरकार की चुनौती करो, लेकिन उस सरकार के ऊपर कौन राज करेगा, सरकार के ऊपर कौन काम करेगा, इसका जवाब हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन भी नहीं देता है. So governance is really a big neglected aspect, and we are focusing only on one part of democracy, that is the representative parliamentary part of democracy, where we elect the representatives and the representatives rule over us. But the other part, the direct participatory part, where people themselves rule, that part is thoroughly neglected in our constitution. And even today, we are really facing the problems, the woes and miseries of democracy because of this particular thing. Now even as I said, constitution was created, this aspect of direct participatory democracy was neglected. It was only in 92-93 when we passed the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendments Act that we paid some attention to that. And that there onwards only the real democracy, the real participatory democracy came into the picture. Now with regard to tribal self-government, the situation has been further pathetic. Although the constitution had very high aspirations regarding tribal self-rule or self-government, and both the schedules, 5th schedule and 6th schedules were attached to the constitution, in actual practice this whole aspect was completely neglected. So much so that the 73rd and 74th amendments, when they were passed, they were not applicable to the scheduled areas. And it was then lamented that कि ये जो हम बाकी लोगों को दे रहे हैं अधिकार को आदिवासी लोगों को दे नहीं रहे हैं, इसलिए एक स्पेशल एक्ट पास करना पड़ा, and that is called as Panchayat's extension to scheduled areas. So PESA is actually an extension of the earlier Panchayat Act to the scheduled areas that was passed in promulgated by the central government in 1996. But Panchayats being the state subject, every state government had to pass its own act with regard to the act passed by the central government. So even then, many of the state governments did not properly pay attention to this fact and varyingly modified their Panchayat Acts in the light of the PESA of the central government. I will take the example of Maharashtra. Maharashtra did some rudimentary changes in their PESA Act in 1996, but did not do anything much, something which would really transform the tribal society. It was only in 2014 that the Maharashtra government really passed the PESA in the light of the suggestions made by the central government. So you can imagine how many years have gone from 1950 to 2014. 64 years. So what we should have done immediately after independence for the tribal people, we started doing it only after 64 years. This is something all the students should keep it in mind. That why the tribal societies are lagging behind and why there are issues, because the basic ideal, the basic aspiration of the constitution we did not fulfill. So that this is the first issue we must understand, that there has been inordinate delay in giving the basic rights to tribal people, and this delay is just another name of, all of you know that delaying the justice is denying the justice. Justice delayed is justice denied. So that is where the whole deprivation of the tribal people has started, and as Professor Khaka said, he started the process in the colonial period, and we blatantly took it further. जो एक कल्पना की कि भारत स्वतंत्र होने के बाद हम एक अलग किस रीति से भारत का कारोबार चलाएंगे, वो बिल्कुल हासिल नहीं हुआ. हम लोग अंग्रेजी साहब बन गए और अंग्रेजों के से भी आगे चलकर आदिवासियों के साथ हमारा अन्याय का और विस्थापन का व्यवहार रहा. Now this is also known to you by way of general knowledge that tribal communities are lagging behind the rest of the society in virtually every aspect. You take any human development index, you take any index regarding social infrastructure, facilities, health, education, etc. All the tribal areas are lagging behind the rest of the area. This contradiction is so intense that I will just take one example. So you know district of Thane, where many of your action projects are there. Now it is bifurcated into Thane and Palghar. But that contradiction in terms of HDI is so intense in Thane that half of Thane talukas like Kalyan, Ulhasnagar, Thane, etc., are in the top 10 of Maharashtra talukas in terms of HDI. Yashoda, which is a government institution, they have ranked all the 312 talukas of Maharashtra in terms of HDI, Human Development Index. So the top 10 talukas of Thane district belong to that, but the remaining 10, which are mostly tribal dominated, belong to the bottommost 10 talukas of the HDI index. This is happening right under our nose here. Kalugartai, Talasari, Mokhada, Jawar, Wada, they are at the top 10, and Ambarnath, Kalyan, Thani, etc. are on the top, they are on the top 10, and the remaining tribal talukas are at the bottom 10. So this is the contradiction in terms of tribal wealth indexes, and if you ask Varu and other people what is happening in Nandurbar, or my friend Satish who is sitting here from Gadchiroli, what is happening there, then the situation is much more negative. Now, all of this has really happened because the tribal people have been denied the right to self-governance, something which Professor Khaka also mentioned, कि खुद का भविष्य तय करने की जो अवसर होती है या वो अधिकार होता है, वही हमने आदिवासी लोगों से छीन लिया. No, PESA has been heralded as something new or something transformative and something which would help realize tribal self-governance. So this is true to some extent because compared to what was happening earlier, PESA is a new kind of thing and it has facilitated self-governance ideals. But like many other acts, just like the Panchayat Act itself, is still faulty, is still inadequate, is still deficient in many respects. PESA is also deficient in many respects. PESA is not a revolutionary act as such. The aspiration is there. But in practice, if you look at the provisions of PESA, then they are really deficient in many respects. The biggest problem in case of the Panchayat Act is that although the People's Assembly at the village level, which is called Gram Sabha, which is considered supreme and it is supreme over the representatives, that Gram Sabha is conceived at the Gram Panchayat level. This is a technical issue. Many of the students may not understand it, but the real issue in the field, any Gram Panchayat here is consisting of number of villages and number of padas, tolas, etc. So if you really want to do self-governance, then it should be done at the basic primary level of your habitat. आप जिस टोले में रहते हो, पाड़े में रहते हो, जिस गांव में रहते हो, उस गांव में अपना कारोबार चलना चाहिए, ये बेसिक एस्पायरेशन है. But if you say that the Gram Sabha of the Panchayat should be there, then it defies the whole purpose. So to some extent, this has been attempted in PESA, but there are also many deficiencies. Now, in this conference, we can't go into the nitty-gritty of each deficiency because that's a lot of technical areas. But I will just broadly mention some of the basic issues there. First of all, PESA is applicable only to the scheduled areas. This is something you must understand. Panchayat extension to scheduled areas. Now, following the 5th schedule, we created 2 categories. One that of scheduled areas where tribal people are staying and we demarcated them on the map. And we prepare a list of tribes which is called scheduled tribes. But as you know very well, even in the state of Maharashtra, 50% of the tribal people stay outside the scheduled areas. 50%. And that number is increasing. So those 50% of the tribal people are not benefited by PESA because PESA is applicable only to scheduled areas which is demarcated on the map. So this is the first and foremost lacuna. The second problem is in PESA there is a provision that you declare your village as a PESA village and then you get the benefit of all the provisions. But this fact that you should declare the village as PESA, that onus is shifted on the tribal people themselves and they have to go through a long strenuous bureaucratic procedure to get it listed. उसमें वो application करना पड़ता है, फिर collector के पास collector decide करेगा वगैरह वगैरह and then commissioner has to decide. So there is a long process. So if you really want to give self-governance ideas, the government should quickly declare those villages as PESA villages. Why do you want people to call themselves कि हम लोग आदिवासी है, कि हमारा इसलिए PESA में शामिल किया जाए वगैरह वगैरह? That's extremely difficult to understand why you are doing it. So because of that, all the people who are in the field are struggling, and I'm sure people like Brian Lobo who will come next will tell you exactly how difficult it is to do that. I mean, all the villages in Maharashtra are not declared as PESA villages as of yet because the process, you have to go through that process and it's a very, very difficult process. Now there is another legislation which is called as Forest Rights Act, which was passed in 2006, which is supposed to be a transformative act, and it has given forest rights to tribal people in order to remove the historical injustice made to tribal people earlier. Now the Forest Rights Act recognizes the Gram Sabha of your basic primary unit, basic primary habitat. मतलब फॉरेस्ट राइट्स एक्ट में ये प्रोविजन है कि अगर आपका पाड़ा, आपका टोला, आपका गांव खुद की वन समिति बनाता है और खुद की ग्राम सभा बनाता है, तो उस ग्राम सभा को जंगल का अधिकार मिल सकता है. एंड मेनी ऑफ द विलेजेस व्हिच हैव एक्वायर्ड फॉरेस्ट राइट्स, कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट राइट्स, their gram sabhas, the local small gram sabhas have been endowed with the forest rights. Now what is happening in actual practice is that many of these villages who have acquired community forest rights, they belong to the scheduled areas where PESA is also applicable. So those villages which have got the forest rights, their gram sabha is recognized by the Forest Act, but they have to apply again to PESA to get the village declared as PESA. This is very funny, but this is very painfully funny. That means your Gram Sabha is already recognized by one act, but other act doesn't recognize it, so you have to go through again that complicated procedure. So this conflict between, so-called conflict between FRA and PESA is giving rise to many of the problems in the field area, and that is something which needs to be really removed. Now in PESA there is a welcome step to recognize the power of the Gram Sabha in utilizing utilization excavation of minor minerals. मतलब गांव में जो खान खदान होते हैं उसमें से जो मिनरल आता है उसके ऊपर ग्राम सभा का अधिकार है, ये PESA में माना गया है. But the trick is only those quarries or only those minerals which are in the non-forest area, they are covered under PESA. So many of the tribal villages are very much in the forest area. Their surrounding area is called as protective or protected forest, but they cannot manage that resources because that is in the forest area. PESA is a revenue act, and PESA enables you to become a revenue village, but it won't allow you to manage those minerals which are in the forested area. So for most of the tribal villages, this provision is useless. It is of maybe not giving any chance to them to make use of their minerals. But if you invite Adanis and Vedantas and you grant wholesale portions of tribal areas, then they can do it. But simple villagers, if they want to take out stone or metal or something, they can't do it if it happens to be in the tribal area, in the forest area. Similarly, there is a provision for minor forest produce, and the Gram Sabha can plan the utilization of the minor forest produce. But a catch is paid into that. You have to create a resource planning and monitoring committee for this purpose. But you have to involve one official of the forest department into that committee. Now see the problem. All these years we are struggling to free the minor forest produce from the hands of the forest department. क्योंकि forest department जंगल से आपको एक पत्ता भी लेने नहीं देता. तो उनसे वो छुड़ाने के लिए पैसा और ये सब संघर्ष हमने किया है. तो जो कमेटी गांव में बनती है कि जिसके सहारे आप ये करोगे, तो सरकार ये कहता है कि उस पर बाकायदा फॉरेस्ट का एक आदमी होना चाहिए. Now that person doesn't have voting rights, but if the forest ranger or somebody sitting in the village, how can you think of even taking something from the forest? तो ये इस तरह का कैचेस PESA एक्ट में इन्होंने बनाए रखे हैं, उसके कारण PESA का जो रिवोल्यूशनरी पोटेंशियल है उसके कारण बहुत खंडित हो गया है. And this is a very long list. I mean, I will just give another example of the water bodies. Now suppose a village is in the PESA area and it has got a tank or a pond over there, then it has got a right over that pond or water body. But the fisheries department had already granted the fishing rights to some cooperative, which is most of the time outside the tribal area. Now when the village has that pond in front of them and when they go to fishing, the fishermen's cooperative, which is mostly outsiders and somebody managed by a contractor, they won't let these villagers do it. And this is a real conflict in the tribal area. And many villages, especially in Melghat and Gondia and Bandara, they have to go to High Court to claim this right. Is saying that अंदर पैसा में हमें ये अधिकार मिला है तो इसका क्या करेंगे, किसको ठेका देंगे, ये हम तय करेंगे, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट के दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट में इसका ठेका किसी कोऑपरेटिव को दिया है तो वो कोऑपरेटिव से निकाल कर हमें दीजिए। इसके लिए हाईकोर्ट तक जाकर फाइट करनी पड़ती है। So these are some of the issues related to PESA, and as I said, this list is very long and we can't discuss into this issue, but one suggestion from this conference should be that we must sort out all these deficiencies to make the PESA Act really in tune with the constitutional aspiration. And we'll have to sit together, we'll have to have representatives from each state and government officers, and we have to really dash the T's and add the commas and then make the act really perfect. So that should be our first concern if we are talking about governance and PESA. The real pioneering and path-breaking work in self-governance is done by village Mendaleka in Gadchiroli district. So you might have heard about that. Mendaleka is the first village also to get the community forest rights. तो मेंढालेखा गांव ने जो नारा दिया है वो बहुत अनूठा है, and that is something which all of us should follow. Why these small tribal villages say? उन्होंने ऐसा कहा है कि केंद्र और राज्य में हमारा सरकार, हमारी सरकार, जो हम लोग सब जानते हैं कि दिल्ली में जो सरकार है वो हमारी है, मुंबई में जो सरकार है वो हमारी है, क्योंकि हम उसको इलेक्ट करते हैं। लेकिन ये गांव वाले कहते हैं कि दिल्ली मुंबई में हमारी सरकार, हमारे गांव में हम ही सरकार। वो ऐसे नहीं कहते हैं कि हमारे गांव में जो पंचायत वो हमारी सरकार है, ऐसे नहीं कहते। They are saying we the villagers are the government in our village. Now you know our constitutions open with these three words: we the people of India, and then etc. etc. So the villagers are saying the same thing, that we the people of this village, we are the government in our village. So that is the revolutionary slogan, and that's why Mendaleka has become very, very important, because the true constitutional aspiration these small tribal villages trying to put into practice, something which people living in Mumbai and Pune and Kolhapur and Delhi should have done, that is actually being done by a small tribal village. So what is different? I mean, Mendaleka also happens to be in the PESA area, and even before the constitutional acts were passed, they have given this slogan and drive this whole movement of self-governance. So this is something you should follow. I have written extensively on Mendaleka. There is a book in Marathi. There is also a book which is translated into Hindi, so non-Marathi speakers can read a Hindi book. The English version will be soon coming out in the next couple of months, so that you can study that whole thing. Similarly, there is a village called Pasgaon in Chandrapur district, neighboring district, which has also followed the Menda's footsteps and has also began to manage their common property, common forest resources. In Pasgaon is not a single tribe village, it's a multi-caste village. There are own tribe people, but there are also other castes. So what happens in a multi-caste village that you can learn from Pasgaon. We have also documented the case of Pasgaon. It is available in Marathi, Kahani Pasgaonchi. That you can, those who can read Marathi should see. Pasgaon's beauty is they have made a combination of the approaches by Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar together in that village. So this is something further enrichment. Not just tribal self-governance, but ideological currents from Gandhism and also Ambedkarism has been put into that village. So that is something you should study. So there are many other villages which have now following the footsteps and trying to make use of the governance ideals. And in Melghat, which is dominated by the Korku tribal people, we have done a study 2 years back, and that Melghat book is also available. It's in Marathi right now, but it is getting translated into Hindi. That is called Melghat Shodh Swarajyacha. Matlab Melghat search for justice, search for Swaraj. So how can Swarajya be brought about? By making a productive use of your natural resources as well as the legislative framework of self-governance. That is the case you can study from many Melghat villages, where they have tried to put control over water bodies, control over ponds, control over bamboo forest, and so on and so forth. So the whole Melghat case also can be studied from the governance and other perspectives. So the lesson for our conference is that if you want to do governance or self-governance, then it should not be merely at the discussion level, or it should not be merely at the political level. but it should be combined with making use of your local natural resources. So that political economy, the term we normally use in economics, that should be there. सिंपल हम सिर्फ गांव की कारोबार की बात करेंगे कि गांव में सभी को अधिकार होगा, सभी स्त्रियां पार्टिसिपेट होगी, सभी को अधिकार होगा, इससे काम नहीं चलता है. तो आपका जो प्रोडक्टिव रिसोर्सेज है गांव के, उसके ऊपर भी अधिकार होना जरूरी होगा. Unless that combination is made, true governance cannot occur. So in the case of tribal context, this is something we have to remember, that the tribal people must be given the rights and control over all the local natural resources, forest, grazing lands, ponds, rivers, streams, whatever. And then they should be encouraged to do self-governance. Then alone, this constitutional idea of self-governance would be successful. Now my time is coming to an end, so I will just quickly mention. See, these are the two acts which we often discuss, PESA Act and FRA Act. But there are other acts which are equally good or equally conducive towards self-governance. And I will just make a brief mention because we will need more time to discuss those acts. The first is Biodiversity Act of 2002. We haven't paid any attention to this act. But Biodiversity Act also allows people to form their local biodiversity committee, and it's a central act, statutory act, and allows them to manage and control whatever is there in the biodiversity. अभी यहाँ जो स्टॉल्स लगे हुए हैं, उन्होंने काफ़ी संगठनों ने अपने अपने प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह लाए हैं. तो अगर उन्होंने बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट में खुद का रजिस्टर किया और खुद की बायोडाइवर्सिटी कमेटी बनाई एंड पीपल्स बायोडाइवर्सिटी रजिस्टर बनाया, तो ये लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं उसके लिए एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बेसिस मिल सकता है. So they should register themselves under the act and then manage the resources. That is something also very, very transformative. Secondly, we have got the employment guarantee scheme, which is now at the central level is called Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Yojana, or MNREGA as we probably know it. So in MNREGA there is a possibility. So MNREGA का भी fundamental यही strength है कि government now gives you guarantee of employment. So if you implement this, then employment should be available to you right in your village. That is your right. It's not a scheme, it's not something handed out by the government. आपका बुनियादी अधिकार है कि आपको रोजगार मिलना चाहिए और ये नरेगा से मिल सकता है, provided the ग्राम सभा should equip itself for making the plans and getting executed. तो ये potential भी हमको देखना पड़ेगा so that the real governance occurs. And third is the Gramdan Act. Now many of the people here haven't heard about the Gramdan Act, mainly because the Gramdan Act was passed in 1965. You might have heard about Acharya Vinoba Bhave and the Bhudan movement. And Bhudan was one way of changing the inequities in land ownership. Land restructuring का एक वो अनूठा गांधीयन मार्ग था. लेकिन Bhudan was incomplete because Bhudan was just asking for the rich people or the zamindar people to give part of their land to the landless people. That was not changing the whole concept of land ownership in the country. So after Bhudan, Vinoba Bhave really came out with the idea of Gramdan, where you submerge the individual identity of your land ownership into the collective one. तो ग्रामदान में ये बोला गया है कि आप खुद अपनी जो पर्सनल प्रॉपर्टी है वो पूरे ग्राम सभा में विसर्जित करेंगे, लेकिन आपको ऑफ कोर्स यू विल गेट अ राइट टू कल्टिवेट दैट लैंड एंड आल्सो इनहेरिट दैट लैंड. मतलब हम सब लोग यहाँ गांव के मेंबर्स हैं और हमारे पास 10, 5, 15, 20 हजार ऐसे कोई एकड़ जमीन है, तो हम सब लोग वो जमीन गांव के ग्राम सभा में कलेक्टिवली विसर्जित करते हैं, लेकिन जो अधिकार है अपने 10 एकड़ का कल्टिवेट करने का वो अपने पास ही रहता है, अपने बच्चों को देने का अधिकार वो ही रहता है. बट यू कैनॉट सेल इट टू एनी अदर थर्ड पार्टी आउटसाइड द विलेज. मतलब वो जो जमीन है वो हमारे गांव की, वो गांव के बाहर नहीं जाए. And this has got tremendous defense potential in the wake of the encroachment that are happening today. आज ये जो neo sharks and neo urban people are buying all the village lands and people are becoming helpless, उसको अगर रोकना है तो Gramdan Act is the solution. Because then the whole land is vested into the ग्राम सभा. किसी एक की मालिकियत की नहीं है. आपको करने का अधिकार जरूर है, आपके पास ताकत है तो जमीन करो और उत्पादन ले लो, लेकिन बेचने का अधिकार नहीं. So that actually protects the land, and this protection which Professor Khaka mentioned, which is very, very essential to the tribal people, will be done if you implement the Gramdan Act. And I mentioned Mendhalekha. So Mendhalekha has done the Gramdan. And this is the latest Gramdan in the country. So they have protected themselves from all other external vested interests which would like to take up their lands. तो ग्रामदान एक्ट के बारे में भी हमको सोचना पड़ेगा and then we'll have to really see what has potential it has. So in total, I will just conclude that conferences like this should aim to address these issues and aim to provide policy advocacy, because we are intellectually equipped and we are students and we are researchers, and then alone we will be able to work in collaboration with tribal people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. What I would do is, I think we can have all the speakers first and question answers can come later on, because it will give you a kind of a panel perspective. So I would like to invite Baru Sunanu ji to come and give his talk.
सबको आपकी जय और गुलाम जिंदाबाद। हम शायद ये सेमिनार का नियम तोड़ रहे ऐसा लग रहा, क्योंकि मुझे इंग्लिश में अपना विचार व्यक्त नहीं कर सकता हूँ, इसलिए मैं हिंदी में अपना विचार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। शायद आपको मेरी टूटी फूटी हिंदी समझ में आ जाएगी। हमको विषय दिया है आदिवासी संस्कृति और उसकी पहचान यानी अस्मिता, ये विषय दिया है। मुझे लगता है कि जिस समाज के बारे में हम यहाँ सोच रहे हैं, उस समाज क्या इतिहास क्या है, उनका वर्तमान क्या, ये जो प्रवृत्ति है इसकी उत्पत्ति सूरज से हुई है। सूरज के पास बड़ा सूरज आया, उससे कुछ भाग आकर्षित हुआ, उसका कुछ भाग टूट गया, उसके 9 टुकड़े बन गए। वो 9 टुकड़े सूरज के इर्द-गिर्द परिक्रमा करने लगे और वो 9 टुकड़े मंगल, बुध, गुरु, शुक्र, शनि और इसमें ये पृथ्वी। पहले तो आकाश गोला था, उसके बाद में धीरे धीरे ठंडी हुई, हवा पानी की उत्पत्ति हुई। फिर उत्पत्ति होने के बाद में ऑक्सीजन और हवा पानी की उत्पत्ति हुई, फिर जीव उत्पन्न हुआ। और आपको पढ़ाया गया कि पहला जीव अमीबा था, ऐसा आपको पढ़ाया गया। तो फिर निर्माण हुए, उसके बाद में मानव जाति का भी जन्म हुआ। तो बंदर के रूप में 4 पाँव पर चलने वाला बंदर 2 पाँव पर खड़ा होगा, वो उसको ही मानव कहा गया। फिर जब मानव की उत्पत्ति हुई थी उस जमाने में कोई धर्म नहीं था, कोई जात नहीं थी, बात नहीं था, सभी एक ही प्रकार का, कोई जात नहीं था, धर्म नहीं था, भेदभाव नहीं था, सभी एक साथ रहते थे। उसका मूल्य क्या? शिकार करना हो तब भी वो समूह में जाते थे। एखादा हिंसक प्राणी का आक्रमण हो रहा हो तो उसका मुकाबला भी वो अकेला नहीं करता था, समूह में करता था। समूह के सिवाय उस टाइम पर आदिवासी को जीवन नहीं था। यह आदिवासी, उस टाइम का आदिवासी समता मूलक प्रेम विश्वास पर आधारित मूल्यों को लेकर अपना जीवन जी रहा था। जीने की उनकी एक व्यवस्था थी, लेकिन मानव जीवन के विकास क्रम में जहाँ से संपत्ति की उत्पत्ति हुई वहाँ से मानव जीवन में शोषण का शुरुआत किया और वहाँ से मानव जीवन में मेरा मेरा तेरा तेरा स्वार्थ की भावना जगी। समूह जीवन में जीने वाला मनुष्य वो वैयक्तिक जीवन को अग्रक्रम देकर अपना जीवन जीने लगा। અને इस तरह मानव जीवन दो हित समूह में बट गया। वही से मानव जीवन में एक दूसरे के खिलाफ संघर्ष की शुरुआत हुई। इस संघर्ष में विकास क्रम के कालखंड में अनेक प्रश्न आते गए, और उस प्रश्न से वो समाज जूझता गया। तो पहले तो सब आदिवासी ही थे। संपत्ति की उत्पत्ति के पहले तो सभी आदिवासी थे। उनका जीवन क्रम एक समान था, जीवन मूल्य एक समान थे, एक दूसरे को सहाय करना, मदद करना, ऐसा जीवन था। लेकिन इन दोनों ये हित संबंधित आधार पर जीने वाले समूह का दो विभाग हो गया। दो भाग हो जाने के बाद में अनेक प्रश्न आ गए। फिर क्या आ गया? वर्ग भेद आ गया। मैं श्रीमंत, वो गरीब हो, वर्ग भेद आ गया। धर्म भेद आ गया। मैं हिंदू, तू मुसलमान, मैं क्रिश्चियन, धर्म पर आधारित भेदभाव आ गया। आगे चलकर तू स्त्री, मेरे पाँव की जुतिया है, मैं पुरुष, मैं मालिक हूँ, इस तरह का ये आ गया। और आने के बाद में भेद हो गया। वहाँ भी संघर्ष शुरू होने लगा। वो भी अपने मानवता के लिए हर लोग झगड़ने लगे। महिला कहती मैं तो दबके नहीं रहने वाली, मुझे भी इंसानियत का जीवन चाहिए। दलित, जो जिसे दलित कहा जाता है, वो भी कहने लगा मुझे भी जीने का अधिकार मिलना चाहिए, मैं भी इंसान हूँ। इसके लिए भी जागरूक करना पड़ा। तो इस तरह से ये समाज में बहुत से ऐसे प्रश्न निर्माण हो गए और हर प्रश्न पर अपना अपना संघर्ष शुरू हो गया। और हम आज इस दिन आदिवासी की संस्कृति की बात करेंगे। तो संस्कृति की बात करेंगे तो हम तो समतामूलक जीवन जी रहे थे। तो आज क्या स्थिति है और क्या थी जब से तो अब तक क्या बचा हुआ है आदिवासी जीवन में? हम करूँगे, मैं कहूँगा कि हमारे नंदुरबार जिले के, मैं देश का झारखंड, नागालैंड, उड़ीसा, आंध्र प्रदेश, गुजरात, राजस्थान, इनकी बात अभी नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन हमारे महाराष्ट्र के नंदुरबार जिले के आदिवासी की क्या परिस्थिति है उसके बारे में तो जरूर कहूँगा। वो हमारी संस्कृति है, जो समता पर आधारित संस्कृति, सहकार्य पर आधारित संस्कृति, वो जीवन मूल्य अभी भी आदिवासी समूह कैसा बचाया रखा है, इसकी मैं बात करूँगा। आदिवासी समाज में लाहे की परंपरा है। लाहे, जिसको मदद कहा जाता है, लाहे की परंपरा है। एक परंपरा का नाम लाहे बोलती है। किसी का खेत नांगरना हो, बखरना हो, उसको समय नहीं मिला हो, वो बहुत पीछे रह गया, तो ऐसे समय में वो आदिवासी गांव को बोलता है मेरे यहाँ लाया, तो हर आंगन नहीं झाड़ता, वो पानी नहीं भरता, वो चूल्हा नहीं जलाता, वो पूरा गांव उस इसमें डूब जाता है। तो अपने दुख में डूबने का ये जो परंपरा है, ये इस तरह आदिवासी में आज भी है। और तो ये जो मर जाता है, मर जाने के बाद में वो जो प्रेत को शमशान भूमि में दफन करके जब लौटते हैं तो ऐसा कपड़ा होता है, ऐसा कपड़ा रास्ते में ये फैला देते, बिछा देते, और आने वाला हर ये वो देखता है तो ये 1 रुपया, कोई 2 रुपये, कोई 5 रुपये ऐसा डालता है। ये क्यों? कि जिसके घर में मौत हो गई है उसके घर में खर्च के लिए, चाय पानी हो, कुछ भी हो, खर्च के लिए ये मदद हमारी, ये सरकारी हमारा, ये भावना आदिवासी में अभी भी है। आदिवासी में जिसके घर मौत हो गई है उसके घर 3 दिन तक चूल्हा नहीं जलता है। 3 दिन तक चूल्हा नहीं जलता है। चूल्हा नहीं जलता है तो फिर चूल्हा नहीं जलता है तो अड़ोस पड़ोस के लोगों को मालूम होता है कि यहाँ ये मौत हो गई है, यहाँ बच्चे भी है, बूढ़े भी है, तो 3 दिन तक आसपास के लोग उस घर को भोजन देते हैं। ये सरकारें है, ये मानवता है, ये समझने की बात है, ये परंपरा आज भी आदिवासी
various non-government organizations and people's movement. He is one of the founding members of Tribal Intellectual Collective India. He travels extensively in India as well as abroad. Professor is here to share with us on migration and livelihood. And our third speaker for the day is Dr. Satish Govardhan, a recipient of several awards. Dr. Satish is MBBS doctor and has worked on varied issues at the grassroots in the area of health. He is the founder of Amhi Amcha Arogya Sathi, We for Our Health. Dr. Satish is working with over 200 tribal and rural village of Gadchiroli. He, along with his team, has successfully implemented the home-based neonatal program in 30 villages of Kochi tribal block Gadchiroli. He has trained about 1,500 women and 200 volunteers in all over India about primary identification of herbal plants, their uses and preparation of simple medicine from these herbal plants. Dr. Satish has also trained over 120 women health workers of the community. He is working with about 550 persons with disabilities of 3 blocks of Gadchiroli district and 2 blocks of Chandrapur district. He is the member of various bodies such as Gurdwara University Gadchiroli, District Level Prevention of Natural Calamities Committee, member of Government Ashram School and Student Death Enquiry Committee formed by Integrated Tribal Development Project, Gadchiroli. Sir has also published several books and articles, especially on varied issues in the area of health. We are eager to hear all 3 of them, and we welcome all 3 of them to the plenary session today. To begin with, may I invite Mr. Brian Lobo to the dais.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to do something which I've never ever done, and that is read a paper. I have never read a paper in any conference, and I do speak, of course, and I usually speak, or give bhashan इस प्रकार के, but I've never read a paper, but I'm going to read because we have to limit ourselves to 25 minutes. The paper which I had written, I kind of shortened it yesterday, but I think it is still going to go over 20 minutes. Land alienation and displacement is akin to a tsunami that thunders onto a shore, leaving a trail of destruction in its tracks. This explains why tribal people are always up in arms against projects that cause displacement. However, it would be useful to note that in today's fast-changing world, peasant consciousness is slowly creeping into the Adivasis mindset. Land has begun to be viewed as a commodity that can be bought and sold. While the tribal cultivator still vehemently opposes any form of land alienation, be it by sale or by acquisition, there are some sections, especially among the educated tribal elite, who are more willing and sometimes even take the lead in the process of alienation or acquisition of land. This paper inquires into both processes, land alienation and displacement. In the former, the loss of land is viewed as a result of market forces, while in the latter, displacement is seen as being development-induced or as a direct result of state intervention. This paper also limits its scope to the tribes other than those residing in the northeast of the country, not because I consider the northeast outside the pale of India, or parts of it outside the pale of India, but because my experience of the northeast is very limited, and therefore it would not be appropriate for me to talk about those areas. The history of tribal land has been a continuous history of alienation by non-tribals. Initially, such lands were alienated for cultivation purposes by the more powerful non-tribal castes, while the tribal often working as either a bonded slave or laborer on his own lands. In later years, especially in the hinterland of big cities, tribal land has become the target of estate agents who purchase tribal lands for the development of farmhouses, second homes, and housing projects. Tribal land is also purchased for the development of new hill stations, or for hotels along highways, or for the housing and trade in market towns. Sometimes the land is purchased purely for speculative purposes. Uprisings in what is today's Jharkhand against land alienation led to laws that provided protection to tribal land and prohibited its sale to non-tribals. The fact that state after state has made laws to restore land which had hitherto been alienated to non-tribals is indicative of the extent of land alienation itself. While no statistics exist that specify the extent of this phenomenon, it may be mentioned that the total number of cases which were filed under the various restoration acts till 2007-2008 were 4.5 lakhs. Given that de facto, that is where the possession of the land has passed on to the non-tribal, but the records continue to show that the tribal is the owner in possession, alienations abound all over. The actual number of tribal households who have lost their lands is many more times than the 4.75 lakh figure which the Restoration Act showed. The success rate in restoring alienated lands via the Restoration Acts has been quite dismal. Overall, the alienated land was restored to the tribal in only 40.8% of the 4.75 lakh cases. In Madhya Pradesh, where 53,806 cases were filed, not a single case of disposal in favor of the tribal has been reported. In Gujarat, despite the fact that 19,322 cases were decided in favor of the tribal, the land has been restored in only 376 cases. Loopholes in the law and apathy or connivance of state machinery is the reason for the high proportion of rejected cases. In fact, the process of restoration of alienated land is worse than the alienation itself. I must confess before I proceed that I am, where is Professor Kaka? I am indebted a lot to him for certain figures which I have taken from his report, which is, we call the Kaka report. It's actually a Government of India report, but it's called the Kaka report, 2014 report. In general, two types of restoration laws exist. Number one, all land transfers from a tribal to a non-tribal from a particular date up to a cut-off date are declared to be illegal, and such lands are to be restored to the tribal. So from 1957, say, to a cut-off date of 1974, all the alienations taken place before the cut-off date are declared to be illegal. And the second, all land transfers from a tribal to a non-tribal post the cut-off date. That means post 1974, example in Maharashtra, could be other dates in other places, and up to the present are banned. And if they do take place, then they have to be restored to the tribal. The first type of restoration laws seeks to redress the wrongs that have been committed during land reform proceedings, where instead of becoming the owner of the land, the tribal tenant has been evicted. But the nexus between the landed interests and the revenue authorities managed by and large to see that the purpose for which the Restoration Acts were promulgated was defeated. The majority of the cases were dropped. Thus the tribal tenants have been doubly wronged. First they were alienated from the lands, and in restoration again the cases were dropped. The needle of responsibility necessarily points to the revenue officials and functionaries, and in the relatively few cases where the lands were restored to the tribals, the non-tribals appealed to the higher authorities, who capitalized on the minor discrepancies and passed judgments against the Adivasis. The second type of restoration laws basically bans the transfer of tribal lands. While such transfers still happen, since the provisions are fairly stringent, one rarely comes across any blatant violation of the law, say in Maharashtra, other places it may be so. But large-scale de facto transfer of possession of tribal lands, de facto against de jure, in fact, what is the actual position, carries on unabated, especially in and near the market towns and urban areas. While de facto? While no change is effected in the land records, the tribal loses possession of land, and thus effectively the process of alienation continues. While such land restoration acts are prevalent in many states, the law that pertains to Andhra Pradesh, that is the Land Transfer Regulation 1 of 70, deserves special consideration. As per this regulation, in scheduled areas, not only are transfers from tribals to non-tribals banned, but even transfers from non-tribals to other non-tribals. Why? Because the premise of the regulation was that all land in a scheduled area is presumed to have been Adivasi land at one point of time. Hence, not only should no land now pass into the hands of non-Adivasis, but any land having already been transferred to and presently owned by non-tribals should come back to the hands of the scheduled tribes. On the other hand, there have been systematic efforts to dilute the existing laws, such that alienation of tribal lands would become even simpler. In Maharashtra, the state government had in 2014 set up a committee headed by the Additional Chief Secretary to review the cases of takeover of tribal lands, and to suggest how to secure the land rights of the tribals. But the committee did not recommend dilution of the laws, yet ignoring not only its recommendations, but even the terms of reference of the committee. The state government in 2015 unilaterally began a process to amend the existing tribal laws, tribal land laws. Tribal right activists were successful in thwarting the move, advocating that any amendment permitting the unhindered sale of tribal land will only open the floodgates and result in a complete takeover of all tribal lands. Opening the land market in tribal areas is in fact antithetical to PESA. And so what does PESA say actually? PESA endows the Gram Sabha the power to prevent alienation of lands in the scheduled areas and to take appropriate action to restore any unlawfully alienated land of a scheduled tribe. In Maharashtra, the Gram Sabha is empowered to review the records of the entire land of the village in the meetings of the Gram Sabha to ensure that the cultivators' names are correctly recorded and records are properly maintained. Sadly, one is yet to hear of a single case where the Gram Sabha has exercised this mandate. Before I go to the aspects of displacement, regarding alienations, I have a few recommendations in the sense of way forward. There is a need for the state to be proactive in restoring land to tribals. Cases need to be disposed of quickly, and loopholes and ambiguities in tenancy and other laws need to be plugged. Strict action needs to be taken against government functionaries who connive with those who indulge in defrauding tribal people of their lands. State laws similar to Regulation 1 of 70 of Andhra Pradesh need to be passed. State rules need to be prepared to translate the provisions of the PESA Act into doable actions for the Gram Sabha. Revenue officials must respect the provisions of PESA. But as social workers, and social work practitioners as you have said, and activists, it is necessary to focus on the strengthening of the Gram Sabha and on promoting both its collective authority and responsibility. I repeat, it is necessary to focus on strengthening of the Gram Sabha and on promoting both its collective authority and responsibility. Because nobody respects the Gram Sabha. This is the single most important factor, in my opinion, in the prevention of land alienation in tribal areas. You've got to have Gram Sabha, which is going to be authoritative and is going to be also be responsible. Regarding displacement, as I mentioned in the introduction, in contrast to land alienation, which is directly due to market forces, displacement is a result of state intervention or development-induced projects, which of course are market-driven. Land acquisition which causes displacement is based on the principle of eminent domain. Eminent domain is the power of the sovereign, as of the state, to acquire the property of an individual for public use without the necessity of his consent. The principle of eminent domain is based on the principle that public need is greater than private need. So that sounds good, no? But this throws up many questions. Number one, do the projects for which land is acquired, do they really serve public need or public purpose? If you ask those who have lost their land in the bullet train in the district where I work, they will say that we do not need the bullet train, we're not going to sit in that train ever. When the land is acquired by the state for a private company or for a public-private project, is a public purpose being served or is private profit being promoted? The concept of eminent domain amounts to forcible acquisition. Is it lawful to force a citizen to do something against his will? Why should the state be considered supreme? Between the individual and the state exists the community, which plays a very important role in people's lives. Can the community be totally bypassed in the process of land acquisition? If one goes to see displacement, how long? Only 5 minutes. Extent of displacement, India has about 50 to 60 million people have been displaced due to public projects till 2000. While only 8.2% of the country's population is tribal, 30.7% of all displaced persons are tribals. 8.2% tribal population, 30% displaced people. In Gujarat, 44.3% of all displaced persons are tribal. And ST is how many? 14.8% of the population. Types of displacement that people refer to about for dams and For dams, 77% of all displacement is due to dams, mines 12%, industries 5%, wildlife sanctuaries and national parks about 3%. And however, there is some change which is taking place if you look at the figures of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh says that water projects, which used to be 1980 to 90, but 96% of all displacement was due to water projects. In 2007, it had come down to 49.9%. Industry projects had increased from, which caused displacement from 0.5% to 5.27%. And transport and communications had increased from 2.9 to 34.72%. So this would imply that indicates that increasing industrialization and infrastructure projects like highways and industrial corridors, the share of dams and water projects as the main cause of displacement may be going down. Wildlife sanctuaries is somebody that Poonam mentioned, they're going to be increasing, and therefore the whole concept of wilderness being there, and therefore that could increase. But otherwise I hazard a guess that possibly that if you are going to have other farmers who are also going to lose their lands, the overall scenario may be the share of tribals who are being displaced may fall. That doesn't mean in totality. I said the share of tribals in the overall percentage of those who will be displaced, because many other non-tribals in the farming communities lose lands in industrial corridors and industrialization as well. That is, I'm just making a guess, it's only I've got no proof of what I'm saying in that. There is a new type of displacement which is taking place, which is environmental damage-induced displacement. Most large infrastructure projects cause untold damage to the environment, leading to floods and landslides. Thus, prior to sanctioning projects, hard decisions need to be taken after doing proper and scientific environment impact assessments. By hard decisions, I mean that it should be cancelled, the project should be cancelled. In Chhattisgarh, one of the reasons for displacing tribal people has been the conflict between the Maoists and the government, both central and the state, and the Salwa Judum, a state-sponsored armed campaign that was launched to combat the Maoists. Though some claim that the Salwa Judum was a spontaneous reaction of the civilians to the Maoists, there is enough evidence to show that the hand of the state was machinery in the whole process. Probably close to a lakh of people have been so displaced. It must be mentioned that the data on number of displaced persons is limited to those who have lost their lands or houses due to the project. It does not include those who have lost their common property resources and who continue to reside in their original villages but with a reduced resource base. In fact, while 60.46% of all acquired land belongs to private persons, 37.55% of all acquired land is either forest land or common land. And as of today, as per the Minister of State for Environment, he said in the Lok Sabha that during the 3-year period 2019 to 21, 554 square kilometers of forest land, or approximately 180 square kilometers, is diverted every year, and that is the common property resources of tribals. Rehabilitation, if you're displaced, then you have to be rehabilitated, obviously. So, but rehabilitation project displaced has been awful. In Jharkhand, 74.74% of displaced persons have not been rehabilitated. In fact, only 1% of the total cost of projects has been spent on rehabilitation. It needs to be underlined that as the rights of many tribals cultivating forest land had hitherto not been recorded, they have faced multiple problems in getting benefits of rehabilitation schemes. One would have expected that after the implementation of the Forest Rights Act, such problems would be a thing of the past. However, even after obtaining title to the land, tribals are being denied compensation if their land is going for a project. Not a single tribal who has obtained title to forest land and whose land has been subsequently acquired for the Mumbai-Vadodara Expressway has received a single paisa as compensation for the land lost. The authorities claim that even though a law, that is the Land Acquisition Act 2013, may exist that mandates that such displaced persons are to be compensated, the fact that no administrative orders have been received in this regard from the government of Maharashtra, that the SPO says that it is not possible to award compensation. It so happens that the affected tribals have approached the High Court and the matter is pending there, so let us see what will happen. Land Acquisition Acts. In the initial Land Acquisition Acts passed in the late 19th century, provided only paltry monetary compensation to the affected persons. However, in response to the hundreds of struggles of dam displaced persons, acts providing just and adequate rehabilitation for the displaced emerged. In Maharashtra, the struggles brought forth very important and new concepts. Adi Punarvasan, Mag Dhar. First rehabilitation, then dam. Vikasshil Punarvasan, rehabilitation that leads to development. Land for land compensation and equity in water distribution. Later struggles like the Narmada Bachao Andolan emerged that challenged land acquisition itself and raised issues of environment and cultural plurality and questioned the concept of public purpose. At the same time, tribal movements associated with Dr. V.D. Sharma and the National Front for Tribal Self-Rule championed the role of the Gram Sabha in decision making and ensured a provision in the Panchayat Extension to Scheduled Areas Act, the PESA Act, that made the consultation with the Gram Sabha mandatory prior to land acquisition in scheduled areas. Consultation, not consent. Later, they also successfully advocated via the Forest Rights Act for the mandatory consent of the Gram Sabha prior to the diversion of forest land for non-forest purpose. All these struggles have contributed to the right to fair compensation and transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act, that's what we call the LAR Act, that we have today, the 2013 Land Acquisition Act. This act has been hailed as path-breaking because it seeks to limit forced acquisition and its impact, and also attempts to make acquisition more humane and just. There are two types of provisions. One is provisions which limit forced acquisition. So it talks about having social impact assessments. It talks about if the costs, both social and environment costs, outweigh potential benefits, and the project must be scrapped. No irrigation land must be acquired for a project, no irrigated land. And in the case of all acquisitions for private companies or for PPP projects, it is mandatory to obtain the prior consent of the affected families. Where land is being acquired for private companies or for PPP projects, then it is mandatory to obtain the consent of either 80% or 70% of the affected families respectively. The provisions which make rehabilitation more humane and just as per this Act are that it has expanded the definition of affected or interested family to include those who are agricultural laborers, who are tenants, who are artisans, who are connected with the land. It has enhanced the provision of compensation by including a concept of factored market rate, whereby a lower market rate in a rural area is increased by multiplying it with a factor. Additional compensation is to be awarded in cases of multiple displacements. For irrigation projects, all PAPs whose land has been acquired have to be allotted a minimum of 1 acre of land in the command area. Provision of employment to PAPs and special provisions for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Thus, while it may appear that LAR is a progressive act that addresses most of the concerns, the fact is that the corporate sector tried its level best to derail land acquisition LAR 2013 during the very drafting of the act, and managed to ensure that there are innumerable exceptions to the applicability of this act. Even so, there were enough positive provisions in LAR 2013 to draw the ire of the corporates. One of the first things that Narendra Modi did after coming to power in 2014 was to issue an ordinance that made LAR 2013 toothless. Thankfully, there was a huge hue and cry, both inside and outside Parliament, and the NDA government was forced to withdraw the ordinance. However, LAR 2013, the Act itself, exempts 13 national acts, including the Coal Bearing Act, the National Highways Act, the Railways Act, from its purview, rendering most of the LAR 2013 provisions almost irrelevant. That means consent terms, you don't require to take the consent clause doesn't apply. When land is to be acquired, the government acquires it not under LAR 2013 today, but under these exempted acts, and doesn't bother, therefore, about all the statutory provisions, whether they be social impact assessments or consent of PAPs. I have one page left. While the 2014 ordinance did not translate into an amendment to LAR 2013, many BJP governments passed similar state laws to replicate the ordinance. In Maharashtra, a state act was surreptitiously passed in 2018 that increased the number of acts that were exempted from the purview of LAR 2013. Further, the Maharashtra Act introduced Section 10A, whereby projects pertaining to defence, rural infrastructure including irrigation and electrification, housing, industrial areas, estates, industrial corridors, infrastructure projects, including PPP projects, have all been exempted from the purview of the Act. What are you left with? Thus, despite all the progressive provisions of Law 2013, in actual practice, the focus has been provide higher compensation and take over the land. Or in other words, paisa feko, tamasha dekho. However, I hasten to add that the Law 2013 has very powerful special provisions for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, section 41 of the Act, which still stand and have not been excluded from any of the acts which are there in existence. These provisions are a weapon in the hands of those whose lands are to be sought to be acquired in scheduled areas. As far as possible, no acquisition of land shall be made. I repeat, as far as possible, we're using such type of terminology, but no acquisition of land shall be made in scheduled areas. When it does take place, it shall be done only as a demonstrable last resort. Prior consent, they still keep consent for tribal areas. Prior consent of Gram Sabha shall be required before issue of a notification under Law 2013 or any other central or state act in force. Notifications are basic notifications to acquire land. All land rights must be settled prior to acquisition. In all irrigation projects, all SCs and STs who lose land shall be allotted the area of land acquired or 2.5 acres, whichever is less in the command area. And community rights under FRA shall be quantified and compensation paid accordingly. Given this background, what is the struggle? What is the way forward? As social work practitioners or activists, our stand regarding land acquisition will define our response. If we take land acquisition to be inevitable and seek to get higher compensation, then we must focus on issues pertaining to whether the compensation has been properly calculated, whether all affected persons have been included in the official list of PAPs, etc., the issue of employment, etc. If we seek to get better rehabilitation, then we must focus on the rehabilitation scheme and all of the sub-provisions, various facilities, etc. And if we wish to question the very concept of public purpose and to seek to stop the acquisition of the land itself, which I hope most people will do, then we must focus on issues enumerated in the previous subsection which I read out. That is consent, social impact assessment, special provisions for scheduled areas. The state must always be reminded that it is a signatory to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples 2007. This declaration states that indigenous peoples shall not be forcibly removed from their lands and no relocation can be undertaken without establishing free, prior and informed consent. Despite these limitations, the basic demand should be, of all those people facing displacement, should be apply Land Acquisition Act 2013 in all cases of land delineation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lobo. It was indeed a very detailed paper on land acquisition and displacement. And unfortunately, because of the shortage of time, we have to cut it short. But now we have our next eminent speaker, Professor Vivek Jojo, who will be sharing on migration and livelihood.
And after our session, colleagues, friends, I will not read out the paper like I'm trying to share some of the insights around the tribal migration and livelihood. And I must also acknowledge the limitation of my talk and my presentation. But we did not get the original speaker. I volunteer myself to speak. So, with that limitation, let me share some of my thoughts, some of my insights based on my own work and observations around tribal migration in the country. As we all know, migration is not new. it is an old phenomenon. And when we say migration, largely one can see as per the census could be migration within the district or migration within the state, or it could be interstate migration. And recently, I think international migration is also becoming a concern and talk of the day about the policy planners as well as the researchers. But when it comes to tribal migration, I think broadly I would say, rather I like to categorize the whole realm of migration with regard to tribes in broadly three broad areas or three broad sections. One is this migration, as I said, it is not new. The tribes have been migrating probably much before many of the non-tribals started migrating. During the Mughal time, during the British time, we see that many of the non-tribals migrated to the tribal villages. And at the same time, especially during the British time, many of the tribals were meant to migrate at very cheap labor or with honest and hard-working labor to the tea estates like West Bengal, Assam or BC. And probably we still have the issues and concerns of those categories of the people who have migrated during the colonial or pre-independent period. And I remember a few years back I visited in some part of Assam, and I visited a Santhal village. And I was told by one of our alumni who had an NGO there, he said, "Sir, this is the Pakistan of this region." Because nobody comes there. Nobody likes to come this place. But they are all opposite to reserve forest area, where there is no tree. And all Santals are living there. And we are going to inaugurate a school for the Santals there. And they have migrated almost more than 150 years back. And when we came there was a long queue of young boys, girls, women ready to dance and welcome us with their own Santali language. So when I was wondering that in one hand, when we see that the tribal languages are getting extinguished because of urbanization and education and all this. And on the other hand, I say that the people who are far from so-called development still are rich with their language, culture, dance and everything. And so I see that there is this category of people who have migrated to these some parts of the country during the colonial or the pre-independent period. Second phase of migration I see is the post-independent India. I would not like to call it post-colonial, rather I would say post-independent India. But immediately after independence, it became the priority of the country that we have to go for the fast economic growth. The economic growth became, GDP became the target, so GDP became the indicator for the development. And so it was a focus on how fast we can have our higher GDP. And as part of this project, I think large industrial projects, large development projects were initiated. Building dams, mines, industries, highways, many infrastructures, roads, railways, ports, and so on and so forth. And so large industrial development projects one can see in first, second, third, 5 years. In specifically in private areas. And especially probably I would say Central India. Okay, Steel Authority of India Limited established all its large industries, steel industries in this region because of iron ore and bauxite. Many of the thermal projects, NTPC and many other thermal projects, because of high deposition of coal, one would find Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh and other parts of the country. So in the name of development, there are many such projects were initiated, and then in that process, the tribals from these regions were pushed in the name of development, either it is in the form of displacement or other forms of dispossessions. At the same time, after independence, it was also priority that we have to have education, health, better housing, and so on. So large this 20-point program, poverty alleviation program, many of such kind of programs were initiated in 60s, 70s. And probably some of us are byproduct of that development initiatives. Okay? So in one hand, the people got displaced, and probably other day in one of the conference, somebody was saying from the Marxist point of view, we would say that class, give the class analysis, bourgeoisie and proletariat, but I think there is another class kind of what could be called like precarious. The situation of certain people because of this such kind of development projects are very precarious. Forget about class of proletariat who are part of the government friends, workers come and join for the struggle for the better wage, better living situation. But I think there are conditions which is much worse than that, and one of our friends was saying that probably this new word is more appropriate to define that as precariat. And so many such people were forced to migrate to other places, whether in the state or outside the states. And as part of the education and health and other kind of initiatives, probably many people again got educated and further migrated, and one of the byproduct of that such kind of initiatives. I got educated. I didn't have a job in my state. I have migrated longer. On the other hand, I see my friends and my colleagues and my fellow members, probably they are forced to migrate because they did not have education. Probably their normal livelihood, the kind of self-sufficiency they had to, they were forced to migrate because they did not have much or better alternatives, and so they have migrated to different places. And you will find people like migrating to the constructing roads, joining the road construction work of border road organization, like Modi had done one study of Ladakh. How many of the Jharkhand Odisha tribes have been working constructing the border roads in the Ladakh area? Most of them are all Adivasis from Jharkhand. Some point in time we found, if you go to the wheat field of Punjab, you will find all the Adivasis harvesting wheat. And you will also find during that time, large number of Adivasis were taken by the government of India during the Mrs. Indira Gandhi's time to undermine cover land and to clear the forest. Okay, so these are all part of that kind of development initiatives, whether it is large development projects or other forms of development initiatives. And in that process, it is not only that tribals have migrated from their homeland. Interestingly, the non-tribals have migrated to the tribal. And so in that process, tribals are leaving their homeland and non-tribals are filling up the gap in the place of tribals. And so you will find that many of the tribal majority states or regions today, tribal minority states or regions today. And so this had larger implications with regard to the constitutional provisions, rights, policies provided to the tribals. But definitely, this dichotomy one can see that in search of opportunities or because of these precarious conditions the tribals moved out, and some people found that there is an opportunity, let us move into the tribal areas. Very interesting scenario. And the third states, I think I would like to mention about the phases of migration is with the whole of liberalization of economy, the kind of acceleration took place with regard to the large economic growth and the projects, I think that has accelerated the migration furthermore in the name of development, and as part of the development, I think more and more organized education. In the second page, I would see the large displacement or industrialization taking place, or migration which was driven by the industrialization process and other development projects. But I think recently I see, in addition to the acceleration of industrialization process, I think urbanization is another new area which has come up into the country, which is spreading into the tribal areas and also creating opportunities for different kind of labor market. So, when these three kind of situations we see, we see the large percentage or large number of workforce in the unorganized sector. Some of you will be aware that 90% of our workforce is the unorganized sector. 44% of the general population in the unorganized sector, whereas 3/4 population of our tribal workforce in the unorganized sector. And so in that kind of situation, what are they? What are these tribes? What are the destinations of tribes? And probably, I think, for all of us and around the world, probably in the last 2 years, the kind of first lockdown, the kind of scenario we saw around the country had opened all of our eyes, and globally and nationally, I think, who are these people called migrants? And what is the plight of this migrant population? It has opened our eyes, the precariousness of this group of people. And during that time, I think it also helped me to engage more with the migrant population and know or get what I might know about the people of this so-called migrant population. To my surprise, I knew that yes, people have migrated to tea gardens, people migrate to Leh Ladakh and all these places. People migrate to cities, especially the girls, to Mumbai and Delhi as domestic workers. And in Delhi, there is one place called Ayanagar. There is a place named as Ayanagar. So you can imagine the number of ayahs coming into that place, and that place has been identified as Ayanagar. So, and domestic workers, and it was known that the moment you see domestic workers, it has to be some kind of woman or you can think of. So domestic workers, it was kind of, whether it is in-house or their own house. We knew that they migrated, especially the girls and domestic workers. But today, where we find the largest number of migrants are in Bangladesh. It is not domestic workers. It is the construction sites. If you look at the data across unorganized sector and across different sectors, unorganized sector, construction sector is the largest sector which is produced to attract the migrant population around the country. And we know Mumbai or some parts of Western region, Delhi, all these big cities, metropolitan cities and new urban centers, the amount of construction work, so you can imagine the number of people migrating. And I found that during the COVID time, large numbers of people reached out to the people right from Kerala to Noida, Mumbai, Maharashtra, of course. Okay? Second category is the fishing ports. When the tribals are migrating from Jharkhand to Goa, the fishing problems. But I think that in Maharashtra itself there are so many, and Gujarat there are so many fishing ports where many of these Adivasi tribals are migrated. Next couple of sectors, which was my findings for myself, that is the garment industry. I think next to the domestic workers, the tribal women are migrating to the garment industry. Tamil Nadu, Canada. The number of people migrating from Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and this region to the garment industry, especially all the rural poor, the tribals and Adivasi, cannot imagine. All the young girls. And these are all the byproducts of so-called skill building programs. Okay? so and so forth. So we have been training so many women, and easiest is tailoring. The girls tailoring is the easiest trade one can think of. And all of them are recruited by the agents to Tamil Nadu garment market and Karnataka. And next one, to my surprise, is the hospitality sector. Okay, recently I went to Ranchi, and some of my friends, they said, let's go out for a year. I said, okay. To my surprise, it was full of the girls from Northeast. In Ranchi. During COVID time, when we were reaching out to the migrants, we found many of the young boys in Andaman. Dr. Alex and I were traveling to Kerala a few months back, and we visited some of the sites, and we found many of the boys from Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, the remote parts of the hotels and in Kerala. Right from West Bengal, North Bengal, people are speaking Sabja. What is this? What is this language they're speaking? Then I asked, where are you from? They said, Assam. From remote area of Assam, they are in the remote area of Kerala. I cannot imagine how did you land up here? So I found this hospitality sector, of course, in security is also another one, where the large men are migrating. At the end, few points I'd like to share as issues are concerned. In the whole of this process, there is nothing wrong in migration. And everybody had right to migrate. But in the whole of this migration process, there are, I think, many pertinent issues and concerns I think to draw our attention as social work practitioners, as activists, and as researchers. The kind of animation taking place, irrespective of which category of the migrant they are, whether it is the migrant of the precarious condition or migrants like me, I think there is an element of alienation. And there is a big question of identity. In Delhi, Professor Kaka was mentioning that there are no tribes, there are no scheduled tribes in Delhi. Whereas Delhi is full of scheduled tribes from all over the country. And so, say for example, I am a tribe from Orissa. I am no more counted as a person in Orissa. And whereas in Maharashtra, I am not counted as a tribe. So what is my identity? I am nowhere. In Delhi, there are thousands of people who are living in the back home. They are not counted anymore as the citizen of that place. But in Delhi, there are no more scheduled tribes. It has a lot of implications. Lots of social security issues when it comes to the migrants, those who are in our organization. I would not like to get into many of nitty-gritty and specifics, but in the name of migration, I think there is trafficking, child labor, issues of waste, issues of sexual abuse, issues of many such kind of things. I think what one can go on narrating. And accessing social services which are provided by the state, like education. During COVID, ration PDS, these are the challenges. And so, this is also creating a division among the community that they are migrants, we are localized, and some kind of divisions and demarcations are also coming up within the community itself. And so, in the whole of this process, at the end, I'd like to highlight a couple of theoretical and other feelings of our oppositions that whether we need industries for development, and probably we started industrialization as part of the development process, but I'd like to cite one of those databases what I found during my COVID study. We have the database of 10,000 tribals who are located or who are working in different parts of the country. When we looked at trying to analyze where are they coming from one particular district in Odisha, Sudagar district, we found the higher the industrialization, higher the migration. So what is the question of development means, or industrialization means development? So if industrialization created development, that should have provided when we plot the region-wise people, where are they coming from, we found that whichever blocks were higher industrialization and higher mining and other kind of industries were there, more and more number of people migrating from such places. So this is also the question, theoretical question. It raises that the question or the theory we had initially that we need to have industries for development. Second question, and the point for this is the last point, and I will stop. That there is a large globally there is a debate that is the migration leading to crisis, like Rohingya case and all this, or the crisis is leading to migration. And this crisis could be climate change, development induced crisis. Okay, so whether the crisis is leading to migration or migration is leading to another kind of crisis. So some of these kind of, I think, areas of debates are there. Probably it draws attention to the researchers and people who engage in the issue of migration, and probably we need to engage on some of these debates. With this, I'll stop. Thank you.
Professor Jojo, that was a very insightful reflection on migration and livelihood, and the entire history, right from the history of tribal migration to the contemporary times. Now we have the next speaker. The last speaker for today's plenary is Dr. Satish, and he will be enriching us on the information on tribal health and malnutrition.
मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन अंग्रेजी में होगा, हिंदी में होगा। अभी जोजो ने जो बात कही कोविड के वक्त में हम लोगों ने भी हमारे क्षेत्र का एक अभ्यास किया था, और जो सुबह से बात हो रही है फॉरेस्टाइट एक्ट ऐसा, इसमें ग्राम सभा को ये अधिकार मिले हैं। मैं जिस जिले में काम करता हूँ और जिस क्षेत्र में कोची जो ब्लॉक वहाँ 131 विलेज से 96 विलेजेस को कम्युनिटी राइट्स मिला है। वहाँ के टोटल फॉरेस्ट एरिया का 81% फॉरेस्ट कम्युनिटी में है, और पिछले 16-17 से वो लोग सारा पोस्ट जो CFR है उसमें काम नहीं करते हैं। उसका इम्पैक्ट हमने कोविड के वक्त देखा। आपने जो माइग्रेशन की बात कही, तो फर्स्ट वेव में जितने लोग बाहर गए थे वो क्वारंटाइन होते थे गाँव के स्कूल, उनका रिकॉर्ड होता। हमने उस स्टडी के आधार पर तालुका का जो स्टडी किया, ये सारे इनफैक्ट फॉरेस्ट साइट, कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट साइट के बाद, तो 10% माइग्रेशन था। उसमें से 5% जो स्टूडेंट्स पढ़ने गए थे अलग अलग जगह से, तो वो वापस आए थे, और 5% जो माइग्रेशन था ओनली फॉर पुणे बम्बई में कुछ काम के लिए गए। इसका मतलब तो अब उसका जो स्टडी किया हमने, तो उसमें जो कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट साइट के कारण उनके काम के जो जंगल के जो सारी चीजें, उसका जो आराम मिला उनको, तो मई में हमारे यहाँ तेंदुपत्ता का सीजन होता है, और जब से कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट राइट्स मिला है तो तेंदुपत्ता के जो रेट्स है वो कम्युनिटी फिक्स करती है, वो ऑप्शन करती है। तो जो वन विभाग देता था 16 में, उससे 5 गुना ज़्यादा रेट्स उनको उसमें मिले, और 10-15 दिन के तेंदुपत्ता के सीजन से हैव वन फैमिली 15,000 to 20,000 इन्हें कैश वो गांव में ग्राम सभा के साथ मिला। और काफ़ी बाकी भी चीज़ें जंगल में, वहाँ कोविड की केसेस जो बहुत कम थी, लोगों के अपने व्यवहार थे, तो उसका इम्पैक्ट हमने माइग्रेशन के ऊपर देखा। और दूसरा एंटी नरेगा के काम भी वहाँ उस वक्त शुरू हुए, जिसके कारण ये दोनों का एक साइकिल होता है फॉरेस्ट लाइफ में। तो आपको अगर जैसे अभी दिसंबर, जनवरी, फरवरी में आपको काम मिल जाते हैं एंटी नरेगा पे, और बाद में फॉरेस्ट एक्टिविटी शुरू हो जाती है, वो साइकिल में माइग्रेशन के बाहर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। तो मेरा जो विषय है वो स्वास्थ्य के ऊपर है, लेकिन ये सारा बैकग्राउंड इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि इसी गाँव में मैं हेल्थ के इशू पे भी काम कर रहा हूँ। नेक्स्ट अबाउट आमियान चारों के सेट, आई विल नॉट रिपीट दैट वन। नेक्स्ट that is Ganturi speaks, and I am presenting that is, it is south, north, It is previously it is the Chandrapur district, now it is divided in 1982. But still it is 300 kilometers distant from south to north. And in north end it is the Chhattisgarh, near about that Kochi block. So I will speak. So that total population of 12 blocks about the Gadchiroli. Next. This is the concept of malnutrition. तो malnutrition एक पूरा एक conceptual है, कोई एक फैक्टर उसके लिए नहीं है। हम लोग कोई भी malnutrition डेथ हो जाता है, एक तो आशा के ऊपर जिम्मेवारी देते हैं या फिर आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर के ऊपर देते हैं। तो ये दो ही फैक्टर्स होते हैं। देयर आर मल्टीपल फैक्टर्स जो गवर्नेंस से लेके फूड के साथ में सभी फैक्टर उसको अलग अलग जो होते हैं। और ये malnutrition का सवाल सिर्फ आदिवासी ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के लिए नहीं है, अर्बन पुअर एरिया के लिए। इवन बम्बई के स्लम में भी इसी तरह का प्रश्न है। मैंने नागपुर के अर्बन स्लम में भी हमने 7 साल काम किया है, वहाँ भी malnutrition का प्रमाण जैसे गढ़चिरौली और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में वैसे ही इन स्लम्स एरिया में भी है। तो ये चीज़ है ओवरऑल प्रॉब्लम, लेकिन ट्राइबल एरिया में उसकी सीरीज क्या है। हेल्थ इशू ऑफ ट्राइबल एरिया डॉक्टर अभयवन के अध्यक्षता में एक सेंट्रल कमेटी हुई थी। उन्होंने ट्राइबल एरिया के लिए बहुत अच्छा स्टडी किया था कि ट्राइबल एरिया के लिए हेल्थ पॉलिसीज कैसे होना चाहिए, कैसे इशूज होना चाहिए। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ ऐसी कमिटीज बैठती हैं, सजेशन किया है, लेकिन पॉलिसी में बहुत चेंज नहीं होता है। तो ये सारे इंडिकेटर्स हैं हेल्थ इशू जो ट्राइबल एरिया में है। नेक्स्ट स्टेट न्यूट्रिशनल महाराष्ट्र और इंडिया का जो हम देखते हैं तो उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं। महाराष्ट्र में कुछ इंडिकेटर अच्छे हैं उसमें। नेक्स्ट इसमें ट्राइबल नेक्स्ट malnutrition का बहुत जो बड़ा परिणाम होता है, हमको सबको पता है कि 1000 डे का जो कैलेंडर होता है तो जन्म से बाद प्रेग्नेंट होने से उसके पहले भी एडोलेसेंट गर्ल से उसका साइकिल शुरू हो जाता है। हमारे यहाँ एनीमिया भी सारे एडोलेसेंट गर्ल से लेके महिलाओं में एनीमिया का भी प्रमाण 40% के आसपास है। ट्राइबल एरिया में बहुत ज़्यादा है क्योंकि वहाँ सिकल सेल डिसीज का भी ये है। तो उसका परिणाम एडोलेसेंट गर्ल से शुरू हो जाता है। तो उसका पूरा जो साइकिल है प्रेगनेंसी और उसमें लो बर्थ वेट और फिर बाद में malnutrition। तो malnutrition का जो इम्पैक्ट मेनली है 2 साल के जन्म से 2 साल तक एक फ्री पीरियड होता है। उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा परिणाम आपके पूरे शरीर में बौद्धिक इसमें होता है। ब्रेन का डेवलपमेंट 75% विदिन 2 ईयर होता है। तो ये सारे इम्पैक्ट malnutrition के हैं, इनको बाद में भोगत में करते हैं। तो इसलिए इंटरवेंशन हमको जो करना है उसमें इस पीरियड में बहुत ज़्यादा आवश्यकता होती है। तो इसमें ये नेशनल फैमिली सर्वे 5 का जो है गढ़चिरौली और महाराष्ट्र का कंपैरेटिव इंडिकेटर्स है, आप देख सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट इसमें हमने जो कम्युनिटी हेल्थ इनिशिएटिव जब शुरू किए थे, एक तो डॉक्टर अभयवन का सबसे अच्छा मॉडल सबको मालूम है, बॉम्बे नेओनेटल डेज के जन्म से 28 डेज तक 60% डेथ होते हैं, जो चाइल्ड डेथ का जो पूरा ये होगा। तो आप देखेंगे नेशनल फैमिली सर्वे के 18, 98, 99 एंड 2000 से, तो उसमें हमने यहाँ देश का जो न्यूरोनेटल मॉर्टेलिटी रेट था उसमें कोई चेंज नहीं है 10 साल में। इसका कारण ये था कि हमारे यहाँ न्यूरोनेटल के लिए जो एक सर्विस देनी पड़ती है, उसके जो केयर देनी पड़ती है, कोई हमारे यहाँ नहीं थी। उसके कारण उसमें कोई, इसलिए होमलेस न्यूरोनेटल केयर उसी के आधार पर उन्होंने बनाया था। तो हम कोची ब्लॉक में इसको 30 विलेजेस में हमने किया था। तो उस वक्त वहाँ का बेस्ट लाइन था एनएमआर का 69.9 1000 लाइफ वर्क के लिए। और होम बेस्ड न्यूरोनेटल केयर का जो उसमें यही थे कि इश्यूज थे कि गांव के महिलाओं जो भी तीसरी चौथी भी पड़ी हो, ट्राइबल महिलाओं उसी गांव की हो, दाई उस वक्त भी अभी भी दाई है, तो दाई को हमने ट्रेनिंग दिया था। तो इसको बेसिक बच्चों की केयर कैसे लेना है, क्योंकि अपने यहाँ न्यूरोनेटल केयर दाई को नहीं पता है। दाई ने बोल दिया कि आपकी डिलीवरी का नॉलेज उसको होता है। और महिला जो है, माँ है, उसको, ये तीनों को लेके ये मॉडल बना था। तो एक्चुअली उस इंटरवेंशन से उनको सारा अर्ली डायग्नोसिस ऑफ ऑल डिसीजेस, तो न्यूरोनेटल डेथ में 3 फैक्टर मेनली है, निमोनिया, इन्फेक्शन और डायरिया। ये 3 फैक्टर आपको कंट्रोल करना है। और न्यूरोनेटल वर्क जो होता है 0 to 28 डेज में, बच्चा बात नहीं कर सकता, उसको आपको डायग्नोस ही करना है। इसलिए आज जो आशा का कॉन्सेप्ट आया है गांव में, उस वक्त हमने उसको आरोग्य सखी कहा, उसको ये ट्रेन किया। तो गांव की थी तो हर वक्त तो विजिट करती थी, अर्ली डायग्नोसिस ऑफ ये सारे डिसीज होते थे। उस वक्त रेफरल का भी कोई चांस नहीं था, तो पीएचसी में कोई सर्विसेज नहीं थी, 108 की सर्विसेज नहीं थी, तो उसको ही ट्रीटमेंट सिखाया। उसके आधार पर हम लोग बोलते हैं कि कई बार स्ट्रक्चर्स, हम ये पेडियाट्रिशियन आएगा, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट आएगी, हमारे पीएचसी अपग्रेड होंगे, वहाँ तक क्या ये बच्चे मरते ही रहेंगे। तो उसमें हमको इस तरह के इंटरवेंशन जो ताकत और बिल्कुल छत्तीसगढ़ से लगा हुआ ट्राइबल एरिया है, तो उसमें आप देखेंगे 2006 में न्यूरोनेटल मॉर्टेलिटी 29.4 है, 50% न्यूरोनेटल डेथ इन महिलाओं ने, गांव के महिलाओं ने बताया। और आपको पता है कि नेशनल रूरल हेल्थ मिशन 2005 में आया, फर्स्ट यूपीए गवर्नमेंट आया, तब उसमें आया। तो उसमें ये आशा का मॉडल जो आया था, एक तो विधानी का प्रोग्राम छत्तीसगढ़ में चल रहा था, और हमारे यहाँ ये आरोग्य सखी का प्रोग्राम ये था होम बेस्ड न्यूट्रिशन। उसके आधार पर एनएचएम में, नेशनल रूरल हेल्थ मिशन में आशा की प्रोविजन हुई, तब आशा को टास्क दिए गए। अब इसको अभी हम देखते हैं कि देश के हर गांव में आपको गांव के लेवल पर आशा इसमें नेक्स्ट। तो ये मुख्यतः उस मॉडल का ये रहा था, उसमें नेक्स्ट फिर हमने उसी मॉडल को माल न्यूट्रिशन के इशू पे हमने ये किया। तो एक्चुअली कोची ब्लॉक इसमें हमने इसकी भी शुरुआत की थी। तो उस 40 गांव जो आदिवासी गांव है, इन गांवों को सामूहिक वन अधिकार मिले हुए हैं, वहाँ की ग्राम सभा का किस्कॉम है इन गाँव में। और उसके आधार पर उसमें 4 पोर्शन हमने उसमें आशा, उसमें हर गांव में नेशनल रूरल हेल्थ मिशन के साथ में देश के हर विलेजेस में विलेज न्यूट्रिशन सैनिटेशन कमिटी HNSC का प्रोविजन है। और आशा पहले उसकी आंगनबाड़ी सेविका उसकी सेक्रेटरी थी, अभी आशा को सेक्रेटरी किया। उसके लिए फंड्स किया रेगुलर 10,000 रुपीज इन ईयर, ये रेगुलर। लेकिन पूरे देश में वर्चुअली में भी हमने देखा कि ये सारी HNSC आर इनएक्टिव, और ये चुनी जाती है ग्राम सभा से, गांव से चुनी जाती है। आशा का भी चुनाव गांव में से होता है, लेकिन ये सारी सिस्टम अपने यहाँ बन जाती है, कानून में भी यानी योजना में भी आती है, लेकिन वो सारी इनएक्टिव रहती है। तो HNSC के लोगों को पता ही नहीं कि हम इस समिति में है, हमारा वो क्या है। एक्चुअली विलेज है न्यूट्रिशनल सैनिटेशन कमिटी में आपको गांव के स्वास्थ्य के सभी सवालों का रिव्यू लेना है, उसके लिए एक्शन करना है, लेकिन ये कहीं दिखता है। तो उसी मुद्दों को हमने मालन्यूट्रिशन के इशू पे उस समिति को, विलेज लेवल को एक्टिवेट किया है। नेक्स्ट ये आशा या आरोग्य सखी, जहाँ आशा है उसको हमने आशा को भी मालन्यूट्रिशन के बारे में ट्रेनिंग दिया अलग से, विद गवर्नमेंट के साथ हमने उसको कोऑर्डिनेट किया। एम्पावरिंग ऑफ द HNSC मीटिंग एंड ईयर 2, उसमें आइडेंटिफिकेशन, इसमें भी बहुत ये है कि सैम और मैम का जो रिकॉर्ड हम देखते हैं, पहले आप देखेंगे इट इज अंडर रिकॉर्ड है। तो हमने इसमें लड़ाई नहीं की सरकार के साथ, उनको बोला कि और गाँव के साथ बात हमने की। ये सारे गाँव में काम करते वक्त हमने ग्राम सभा का कंसेंट किया कि हमारे आपके ग्राम सभा में हमको ये काम करना है, अपने गाँव में कुपोषण की ये स्थिति है, तो इनसे मिलकर ये है। वो कंसेंट के बाद में हमने इन गाँव में काम शुरू किया। तो एक्चुअली जो डेटा है वो बहुत, आपको देखेंगे बाद में कि कितनी केसेस हमने सैम के NRC में भेजी, एक्चुअली गवर्नमेंट रिकॉर्ड में या आंगनबाड़ी के रिकॉर्ड में बहुत ही अंडर रिकॉर्डेड होते हैं। अब अंडर रिकॉर्डेड तो होते हैं कि उसका परिणाम उन बच्चों को भुगतना पड़ता है जो कम्युनिटी है।
तो ये ओन बाय कम्युनिटी जब तक नहीं होता, ये सारा ये बच्चे हमारे हैं, हमारे बच्चे अगर कुपोषित रहते हैं तो इनका पूरा भविष्य बहुत खतरे में है। ये उस कम्युनिटी को जब तक नहीं लगता है वो अगर मॉनिटरिंग नहीं करती है, जैसे ये नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज पे ग्राम सभा एक्ट नहीं करेगी, अपने ये नहीं करेगी। गवर्नेंस का जो पार्ट है कि हम इलेक्टेड डेमोक्रेसी में जहाँ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव चुन लिया तो हो जाता है, फिर यहाँ हमको डायरेक्ट डेमोक्रेसी की बात है कि लोग उसमें मॉनिटर करें, लोग उसमें काम करें। उस तरह की यंत्रणा भी अपने सिस्टम में भी कई जगह की है, लेकिन वो उसको भी एक्टिवेट करना पड़ता है। तो ये सारे मुद्दे लेकर हमने इसको, ये एक्चुअली 2 साल का इंटरवेंशन था। विद ऑल एक्टिविटीज एक घर में जाकर वो करती है, वो विलेज हेल्थ सैनिटेशन न्यूट्रिशन कमेटी की मीटिंग है जिसमें ये सारा रिकॉर्ड किया जाता है। इसमें हमने ये भी किया कि हर गांव में इस तरह का ब्लैक बोर्ड बनाया है, उसमें हर महीने का स्टेटस लिखा जाता है कि आपके गांव में कितने टोटल बच्चे हैं इस उम्र के, उसमें कुपोषित बच्चे कितने, सैम मैम उसका, और गांव के लोगों को सभी को समझाना पड़ता है कि सैम क्या होता है, मैम क्या होता है, सिवियरली मालन्यूट्रिशन क्या है, मीडियम मालन्यूट्रिशन क्या होता है और उसका परिणाम उसमें क्या है। ये पूरे कम्युनिटी को अवेयरनेस करने की बात है। नेक्स्ट, ये एनआरसी जो है, कई बार ये होता है कि हमारे गवर्नमेंट स्ट्रक्चर में खूब बहुत अच्छी बातें भी होती हैं और एनआरएचएम के बाद में अभी एनएचएम हुआ है, नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन हो गया है, क्योंकि अर्बन में भी उसकी शुरुआत हुई है। तो नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन में बहुत अच्छी चीजें कई जगह है। तो हमारे गढ़चिरौली में न्यूट्रिशनल रिहेबिलिटेशन सेंटर बहुत अच्छा है गढ़चिरौली, लेकिन हमने वहाँ देखा कि इन ब्लॉक्स, ट्राइबल ब्लॉक से कोई बच्चे एनआरसी में आते नहीं। तो डॉक्टर भी बहुत अच्छे, उन्होंने बोला कि ये बच्चे हमारे यहाँ आते नहीं, यहाँ सारी व्यवस्था है। एनआरसी में यह हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एनआरसी होता है, लेकिन बहुत लोगों को पता नहीं। इसमें 14 दिन इस बच्चों को और माँ को रहना पड़ता है, उसको 300 रुपीज पर डे उसको वेज मिलता है माँ को, और उसका खाना पीना उसमें होता है। और माँ को जो हम काउंसलिंग करते हैं बच्चों को कैसे खिलाना है, कैसे मारना है बच्चों को, तो उसका पूरा ट्रीटमेंट उसका जो फीडबैक है वो माँ की तबीयत 14 दिन अच्छी हो जाती है, क्योंकि उसको सारे कामों से। लेकिन इसके लिए काउंसलिंग बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि कोई भी माँ को घर से 14 दिन निकलना है तो घर की जो भी रूरल ट्राइबल में भी वो मुद्दा होता है, तो घर के परिवार का काउंसलिंग करना, तभी ये बच्चे आते हैं। तो इतनी सारी व्यवस्था होने के बाद भी इस तरह की व्यवस्था का हम उपयोग नहीं करते। तो ये एनआरसी में काफी बच्चे, ये सारे इंटरवेंशन विलेज लेवल के, दैट इज द ब्लैक बोर्ड, उसमें सारा लिखा जाता है। नेक्स्ट, फिर मदर जूस मीटिंग होती है। दूसरा इंटरवेंशन हमने किया कि हमारे ट्रेडिशनली ट्राइबल और रूरल एरिया में बैकयार्ड किचन होता है, किचन उसमें किचन गार्डन होते हैं, तो थोड़ी बहुत सब्जी, हरी सब्जी वो बना, तो उसको हमने ऑर्गेनिक किचन गार्डन में कन्वर्ट किया। और आपको हरी सब्जी आपको रेगुलर मिले, क्योंकि एनीमिया का सवाल है उसमें, तो उसका एक मॉडल बनाया कि जिसमें आपको 6-7 महीने आपको हरी सब्जी अपने बैकयार्ड किचन से मिले। तो ट्रेडिशन तो है, तो 3-4 अभी जैसे अक्टूबर, नवंबर, दिसंबर तक उनके यहाँ होती है सब्जियाँ, कुछ सब्जियाँ ग्रीन वेजिटेबल, फिर बाकी सब में नहीं होती, तो उसको क्वालिटी उसकी अलग अलग सब्जियाँ ये की है। दूसरा फॉरेस्ट में जो सब्जियाँ मिलती है सीजन, उसको भी ये किया है। तो उस तरह के किचन गार्डन हमने इस मॉडल के साथ उसको डेवलप किया है। नेक्स्ट, ये ऑर्गेनिक किचन गार्डन है, हर एक घर के दूसरा ये था कि फॉरेस्ट में जो भी फूड है दैट इज द ऑर्गेनिक फूड, और कई न्यूट्रिशनल चीजें फॉरेस्ट में है, लेकिन जैसे बात हो रही थी कि आदिवासी बोले तो पिछड़ा है, तो जो भी चीजें खाता है वो पिछड़े तरह से खाता है। जंगल का महुआ खाता है, क्योंकि महुआ उसको कुछ मिलता नहीं करके महुआ खाता है। यू नो द महुआ का न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यू, इट इज इक्वल एंड मोर देन अंगूर। अंगूर से भी ज्यादा उसका न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यू है। और पुराने लोगों से बात की तो उसके 15 से 20 रेसिपीज बनते थे, लोग खाते थे उसको।
लेकिन हम लोगों ने शराब के लिए उसको बदनाम कर दिया। अब शराब तो अंगूर की भी बनती है, गन्ने की भी बनती है, सभी की, संतरे की बनती है। तो ये तो खाना हमने छोड़ दे दिया, लेकिन आदिवासी ने महुआ खाना छोड़ दिया। तो उसके भी लोकल रेसिपीज हम लोग प्रमोट करें कि आपके पास एक बहुत न्यूट्रिशनल अच्छी चीज़ है, वो भी ऑर्गेनिक है, तो उसका इस तरह के अलग अलग रेसिपीज बना के उनके इसमें। और एक बोलता हूँ कि हमारे फूड हैबिट में ऐसे चेंजेस आ जाते हैं कि हमको पता नहीं चलता है कि वो माल न्यूट्रिशन से कैसे रिलेट होते हैं। जैसे कि सारे ट्राइबल एरिया में और हमको नॉर्थ ईस्ट से लेके केरला तक हमारा फूड है राइस। और पुरानी इसमें हम राइस कैसे खाते थे? तो इट इज हैंड पाउंड राइस, हाथ से टूटा हुआ उनका मीट था। कहीं झारखंड से लेके ढेकी में बनता था, हमारे यहाँ हाथ से टूटा हुआ था। अब वो राइस क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट था? वो मेजर फूड था, वो उनका पार्ट है। तो उसी राइस का हम राइस ब्रांड ऑयल खाते हैं, इसमें ओमेगा 3 है। और वहाँ का ट्राइबल ये हम मिलिंग करते हैं, इसको पॉलिश करते हैं। और हम लोगों ने सीखा है कि पॉलिश राइस, क्योंकि सारे अच्छे पढ़े लिखे लोग तो पॉलिश राइस खा रहे हैं, तो उनके न्यूट्रिशन से चीज अच्छी, क्योंकि जब हैंड पाउंड या नॉन पॉलिश राइस खाते हैं तो आपको काफी न्यूट्रिएंट उसमें होते हैं जो निकाल देते हैं और बाद में हम फिर से टॉनिक या इस तरह से लेते हैं। तो वो हैबिट्स है, तो उसके लिए हमने उसको फिर से ये भी है कि ढेकी का चावल, तो ढेकी का प्रॉब्लम ये है कि यह सारा करने में महिलाओं की ताकत लगती है, क्योंकि टूटना है या ढेकी चलाना है तो महिलाओं को ही करना पड़ता है। इसलिए जब रील्स आ गई तो महिलाओं ने अपना काम पुरुषों के ऊपर दे दिया और भी वॉइस है। तो हमने फिर से उस ढेकी को कंस्ट्रक्ट किया है और IIT खड़गपुर में उसको मैकेनाइज किया है। तो महिलाओं को ही नहीं करना पड़ता, पुरुष भी कर सकता है। और वो राइस फिर से अगर उनके न्यूट्रिशनल हैबिट में आए तो आपका बेसिक फूड है जो राइस है वो आपको न्यूट्रिशन है, उसकी जगह हमको पीडीएस का राइस मिल रहा है जो मिलिंग राइस है। तो इस तरह के न्यूट्रिशनल वहाँ के लोकल सेंस जो है उसको फिर से हमको इसमें लाना है। नेक्स्ट ये उसका महुआ का चिक्की बना है, उसमें कुछ चीजें ऐड करके उसका न्यूट्रिएंट वैल्यू निकाला हमने। अगर ये 100 ग्राम बच्चे या माँ खाती है ये भी, तो ये हमने महिलाओं को सिखाया है कि ताकि ये लोग बनाए और अपने लिए खाएं। नेक्स्ट दिस इज न्यूट्रिएंट वैल्यू ऑफ महुआ, आप कंपेयर कर सकते हैं, ये फूड है। नेक्स्ट ये न्यूट्रिशनल रेसिपीज के जगह जगह हम इस तरह से ये लेते हैं कि ये सारी चीजें हमारे मिलेट्स के बारे में ओडिशा में जो मिलेट मिशन शुरू हुआ, जो मिलेट ओडिशा में है इतना न्यूट्रिशियस है, लेकिन वो ट्राइबल्स नहीं खा रहे उसमें और बेचे जा रहे हैं। अभी न्यूट्रिशनल जो मिलेट मिशन बना ओडिशा में उसमें ट्राइबल्स से मिलेट्स खरीद रहे हैं, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को उसके प्रोड्यूस बना के आंगनबाड़ी को देना शुरू। इस तरह से हमको डील करना होगा। तो एक न्यूट्रिशनल फूड मिलेट्स पूरे ट्राइबल एरिया में है, हमारे एरिया में कम हो रहा है तो हम फिर से उसको प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। तो इस तरह का फूड हमारे पास है, लेकिन हमारे फूड हैबिट से ये सारी चीजें जा रहे हैं और शहर में इसको पता है लोगों को, तो शहर में इसको बहुत ज्यादा कीमत की खरीद रहे हैं। इस तरह लोकल न्यूट्रिशनल रेसिपीज। ये वहाँ के इसमें जंगल से जो अलग अलग सब्जियां आते हैं उनका हमने एनालिसिस किया है कि जिसमें जो आयरन मुख्यतः 3 चीजें होती है हीमोग्लोबिन बनने के लिए, आयरन होता है, प्रोटीन होता है और विटामिन सी। तो ये चीजें 3 सब्जियों में है, ये जो एक्चुअली उस सीजन में खाते हैं। ये सीजनल जो खाते हैं उसको अगर हम सोलर ड्रायर पे, अगर गाँव में ड्रायर किया जाता है सोलर का और ये चीजें सुखा कर रखते हैं, तो यही न्यूट्रिशनल चीजें हमको साल भर अच्छी तरह से मिल सकती है। दीज आर ऑल ऑर्गेनिक एंड न्यूट्रिशियस वेजिटेबल्स। ये एनआरसी में जो बच्चे जाते हैं तो इस तरह के सैम के बच्चे एनआरसी में जाने के बाद तो इनको 157 बच्चे हमने 2 साल में रेफर किए एनआरसी। इसका मतलब इतने सैम बच्चे उस एरिया में 40 गाँव में सिर्फ थे, लेकिन सरकार के रिकॉर्ड में 20 बच्चे का ही रिकॉर्ड था, 20 बच्चे सिर्फ सैम। तो दे आर ट्रीटेड, उसमें से सैम में 4 बच्चे, 3 मैम में और 150 नॉर्मल जो उसमें। नेक्स्ट ये इंडिकेटर्स है, उसमें बहुत इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, उसका क्या परिणाम हुआ वो इसका इंडिकेटर है, जिनको इंटरेस्ट है वो ये केस स्टडी है जो बच्चे का एनआरसी में रेफर किया हुआ, उसका ये बच्चा 19 मंथ के बाद। थैंक यू।
डॉक्टर सतीश की प्रेजेंटेशन से एक बहुत ही पर्सनल बात याद आ गई। मैं खुद एक ट्राइब को बिलोंग करती हूँ और जब हम घर जाते हैं तब हमारे अंकल आंट ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स हमेशा छेड़ देते हैं हमें कि कितने वीक होकर के आए हो, यहाँ का खाना खाओगे तंदुरुस्त हो जाओगे। कहने का मतलब ये है कि आदिवासी की कल्चर सभ्यता में कुछ ऐसे खान पान इंग्रेडिएंट्स उनकी जो लाइफस्टाइल रही वो इतनी तंदुरुस्त रही है। लेकिन आज के तारीख में हम आदिवासी के साथ ही एक बहुत ही ग्रेट इशू को कनेक्शन में पाते हैं, वो है मानवीय इशू, जो कि बहुत ही आयरनी की बात है। एक दो कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है, एक कम्युनिटी जो कि एक हेल्दी लाइफ की तरफ जाना चाहता है, आज मालन्यूट्रिशन पर हमें उनके ऊपर काम करने की जरूरत है। एंड डॉक्टर सतीश की इंटरवेंशन से हमने टुवर्ड्स दी एंड केस स्टडीज में काफ़ी बदलाव भी देखे हैं। सो रियली हैप्पी कि आपका कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन जो है। हम आज के प्रीवियस सेशन के अंत तक पहुँचे हैं एंड हमारे पास में 3 डिग्रीज हैं। हम 2 या 3 क्वेश्चन अगर आपके पास में किसी के पास में क्वेश्चन हो तो वो हम ले सकते हैं। If there is any question, we can take about 2 to 3 questions and then we quickly proceed towards our panel sessions. Dr. Rajendra.
मेरा सवाल मुझे सिर्फ जानना है कि गवर्नर सर्किल में है कि ये जो पीडीएस में जो राइट्स और ये जो इस तरह का मिलता है, हैज इट रियली चेंज द स्टेबल डाइट ऑफ द ट्राइबल? क्योंकि यहाँ पर हम राइडर के वहाँ पे आई हैड गॉन टू ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी एंड वहाँ पे बात करते वक्त हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि रागी वगैरह सब आपका है, नाचनी वगैरह क्यों नहीं खा रहे हो? तो उनका एक ये था कि रेशन में यही मिलता है, तो उसकी वजह से हमारा पूरा स्टेबल डाइट चेंज हुआ है। तो क्या ये बहुत बड़ा कारण है कि रागी एंड एवरीथिंग वो सारा रिप्लेस हो गया ओनली बिकॉज राइस एंड ऑल दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स आर गिवन रिप्लेस?
और 1-2 क्वेश्चन हम ले सकते हैं डॉक्टर साहब।
मेरा सवाल भी सतीश जी से है। आपके इंटरवेंशंस को देख के मुझे काफ़ी अच्छा लगा और बहुत इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़ हैं आपके, उसके लिए मैं आपको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना चाहती हूँ और मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि आप हमारे बीच आए और हमसे शेयर किया आपके काम। लेकिन मैं ये थोड़ा सा जानना चाहती हूँ कि आपके इंटरवेंशंस के द्वारा माल न्यूट्रिशन की प्रेवलेंस में क्या चेंजेस आए हैं उस एरिया में, इसके बारे में भी अगर आप थोड़ा जानते।
अच्छा सवाल। ये चेंज हुआ इसलिए मैंने बोला कि पहले ये सारा हमारे यहाँ पे ये डीपी वगैरह सब चलता था, जमीन मैदान करके। जब पीडीएस में ये सब मिलने लगा तो फिर मील पे ये सब राइस उसका अपना खाना भी उसमें चेंज। जब उनसे बात करते तो बिल्कुल बोलते कि हमारा वही, मैंने पूछता उनको कि आप तो पहले राइस खाते तो कैसा था, बोले बहुत बढ़िया था, तो अभी क्यों बंद कर दिया? तो पीडीएस में मिलता है और महिलाओं को काम है, तो आपको इंटरवेंशंस वहाँ चेंज करने की आवश्यकता है। तो जैसे उड़ीसा में मिलेट मिशन शुरू हुआ, तो मिलेट मिशन में उन्होंने उसी रागी को खरीद कर महिलाओं से उनको लड्डू या इस तरह से बनाए, वो आईसीडीएस में उनको बच्चों को और माँ को खिलाए। तो इस तरह के स्टेट इंटरवेंशन बहुत आवश्यक है, तो फिर वो मिलेट बढ़ेगा उसको ये। और आपका सवाल ये इसलिए हमने ये सारे प्रोग्राम में गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम को इन्वॉल्व किया। हेल्थ एजेंसी ये गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम की है, NHM का पार्ट है और पूरे देश में हर गांव में ये होगा, तो और आशा भी हर गांव में, तो इसको हमने उनके साथ बैठकर आशा को ही ये किया कि आशा हाउस टू हाउस विजिट करते, आंगनबाड़ी मेंटेनिंग करते और 0 से 2 साल के जो बच्चे होते घर में होते हैं वो आंगनबाड़ी में नहीं जाते, तो उसको हाउस टू हाउस विजिट में उनका काउंसिलिंग और बच्चों को ये सारी चीज़ें सिखाना है वो ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। अगर हम यहाँ मालूम भी रखते हैं तो जिन आशा को हमने सिखाया है और वो ऑलरेडी काम करते हैं, जैसे मैंने पहले भी प्रोग्राम में बताया जो आरोग्य सखी में हमने 2000 मालूम में आरोग्य सखी करके ट्रेन किया, वो सारी अभी आशा करके उसी गाँव में काम और उनका बहुत इंटरवेंशन अच्छा है कंपेयर टू अदर आशा। तो इस तरह से आशा को हमको कि हमारा प्रोग्राम खत्म होने के बाद में भी दैट सिस्टम, क्योंकि NRC का आपको पता होगा, तो गांव से NRC में अगर इस ड्यूटी है तो बाकी भी बच्चे जाएंगे, बाकी लोग भी अवेयर होंगे उसमें। तो ये सस्टेनेबल मॉडल है कि हम अगर बातों की बैठते हैं तो सिस्टम में ये पार्ट आ जाए, इसी तरह से हमने उसको ये किया।
I would like to respond to your question. Definitely that PBS has caused a change in people's dietary patterns. In Agra district, the family elders never used to eat wheat. In fact, 40 years, 30 years ago, the women did not know also how to roll chapatis. And when they began rolling chapatis, they began rolling not with babies, but with bottles. That was the situation. Or if you look at Nicobar Islands. Nicobar Islands 40 years ago, nobody ate rice. All they were eating this certain plant which is there, and like how you have like you have tapioca, similar, I forget the name of the plant, and they would powder that root and make their rotis out of it. So and today you have rice. Everybody is eating rice. So definitely the PDS has caused great changes in dietary patterns. But it is not the only reason why there is dietary change. Like say the reduction of nagli in people's consumption is for various reasons. And I even add on certain things like, let's see, one is that you have, even through the EGS for example, in EGS, you are converting nagli fields, sloping fields, to rice fields, to flattened lands. And everybody wants to convert it to flat land. But why are they wanting to convert it to paddy field also? Is because there is this whole idea that rice is better than this dark nagli. I mean, I'm even putting racial context to this also. I really feel so. That there is somewhere that is white rice. It's polished white rice is superior to your dark nagli. I think it's something which we have to think about.
We have last question by
I just want to make an intervention on two things. One, what Vajayana said about the usage of naturally ripe. Because I come from ripe district, and my experience with them is nearly 11 to 12 years. So, from Srinivardhani, we on a monthly basis, we provide nutritional food. We have a preventive treatment and sustainable malnutrition intervention program in Srinivardhani Social Trust. So, in the beginning of this intervention, this is the second year in which we are in, and in the beginning of the intervention when we were actually searching for naturally, it was not available among the tribals. And it has got three aspects to it. One, of course the ration was available even before, when the naturally was still existing. But what the two different dimensions to the decrease of naturally is, one is cultural and socialization process. Because they like to imitate Marathas. So Marathas eat white bakri. So they would like to eat white bakri. Because we have been trying to teach them to eat or eat again naturally bakri, to which they said no. We also would like to have white bakri. formation aspect, because wari is more sellable, marketable for in the region where we are, because Marathas use for their fasting wari laddus. So this is more marketable, formation aspect. So these two aspects, one is cultural and social, and another one is commercial aspect also we need to take into consideration. So when we began the intervention, we per month we need around 616 kilos of nachni, and we started to buy from these cultural tribals on a higher rate than the market. And what we noticed was there is a rise in the nachni cultivation. So that is one answer to one information I would like with regard to nachni. Second aspect I would like to talk about the migration when we speak about. I mean, I've been listening about it number of times now the morning. Only one suggestion when we talk about advocacy, we need to keep in mind as much as we talk about macro level advocacy with regard to the acts and things, we also need to talk about micro or implement micro advocacy. And being my college, I would advise my college that where we have students in the rural areas, they would be an instrument working with various NGOs in rural areas to implement this micro advocacy. Otherwise, macro advocacy alone cannot survive or cannot be effective in its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since we are running short of time, extremely sorry that I have taken this last question, and we can discuss a little. Our military are already on campus. They are there for some time. We can have a one-to-one discussion with them. We will be proceeding with the panel session, so we will wrap up this plenary at the moment. This plenary was really a very special one. We saw the entire process from displacement to migration to issues of livelihood to health, which could be also seen as an impact indicator of the systemic exploitation and the resulting transformation of tribes. And all the three militaries have done complete justice in enriching our knowledge on the three issues. So we extend our gratitude, our thanks to all the three dignitaries. We have now invited Dr. Adivasis to extend our thanks to this beautiful token that our students have wanted to present to Dr. Jojo. To Dr. Satish.
I think you very beautifully handled the session, and to our esteemed panel. We just a little announcement from here. Where do we go? We will go for parallel paper presentations to the respective classrooms. One group is meeting here. Yeah, I'll just read it up. Okay, so then the other group is there are MS. One classroom is on top, DS3 classroom is on the 2nd, okay? So I'll just read it out to you. I have sent it to your groups, but all the same, I'll just tell you. Yeah. So you have day 1, the morning session parallel paper presentation, which is moderated by Alvin sir. Will be meeting in DS3 classroom. That is Pratvi, Ansita, TV Spandana, Gangana, and Jivita. Okay? Yeah. Then there is next parallel paper presentation, which is meeting here in this hall itself, is Kumar and Dadi, Sayali, Dr. Sayali, Mr. Unam, Dr. Vasava, Mr. Praveen Kachap, and Ms. Nivedita Singh. Okay, they will meet here. Then the next classroom is NS1 classroom, which is on top. Okay, on the 2nd floor, they will be Mr. Rakesh, Ms. Shrikuti, Mr. Swapnil, Mr. Anil Bhutia, Dr. Sebastian, Ms. Pallavi, and myself. I too also in that family. Yes. Yeah, Anisita. Anisita is in that. And I think. Yeah. And then there is classroom MS2, that is on the ground floor. There's Alvita, there's Anil, Swapnali, Rupali, Roshni, Saman, Dr. Saman, and Kavita C is the organization called Breakfast or whatever. Yes. I only remember the name Breakfast. That is the one. That's second. Yeah, thank you. So please proceed to the various menus at the earliest. Tea and snacks will be served there.
So in this context, we have with us a very important speaker with us who is going to discuss on atrocities on tribals. His father Anthony PM. So Father Anthony is presently the director of Bagicha Ranchi, where Father Stan Swami lived and worked for almost 2 decades. Tony holds PhD in political science from Ghent University, Belgium. He is also an independent researcher living and working among Adivasis of Jharkhand for the last 30 years. He is in the context of atrocities on tribals. So I welcome Father Anthony. We have around 20 minutes, Father, for the presentation.
Schedule of the program, so I'm sure you must be aware of many of the problems, issues faced by Adivasis in Central Asia or also other parts of India. Alex, I know Alex and I have been with this for 2 years, so so I shall show you some videos to begin with. Video clips not too long, and then we can discuss further. Basically, Adivasis are faced with displacement. We know that, as Alex was telling, Adivasis, I will be using the term Adivasis instead of tribals. Adivasis have been there and they have been terrorized. That's a new concept here used. The word is not new, it explains what happens. So I also think in the same line, and now in the peripheries, if we agree that Adivasis have been terrorized, and their hills, valleys, and forests. And forests with huge trees, and under the huge trees there will be moisture, and that moisture is provided by different mineral resources that are there, starting with coal, iron ore, bauxite, and many other. So about 40% of the total mineral resources of the entire country can be found in tribal areas. And we know that in the plains where the caste Hindus and caste, our so-called mainstream is there is lack of resources for development in quotation mark. And therefore, all the resources have to be extracted from Adivasi territories, where they have been staying for so many years, so many centuries. And therefore, but at the same time, the extractive industries that are operating there, they do not benefit Adivasis, the local people there, except a few people who does the work of middlemen, like mediators between the industrialists and the Adivasi communities. So, main focus here is development under the banner, under the barrel, under gun. Like, no, you need to, people resist because the land.
We're just trying out the next mic because the voice is not carrying me.
Does not benefit them, and therefore there is the resistance from Adivasi's side, and the resistance movement, and whoever is standing up and speaking, they are labeled as Naxalites or Maoists, and they are put in jail. And that is the false cases are foisted upon them, and once they are in jail, it is the provisions are very few for them to get bail, and it takes many years. So there are so many people, youngsters actually, who stand up and speak against exploitation, land dispossession, and so on. And they are in the jail. So that's one of the main concerns. I shall show you now a mine that is being operational in Adivasis. These are the kinds of extractive industries going on there. And the industrialists benefit. All the people who are working here, there are very few people because it's mechanized. And people who are working here are from outside. They are not Adivasis. So, and what do Adivasis get?
ऐसा भी है जो आपको व्हाइट वाला दिख रहा है ना सारे
Another slide is about the demolition of Adivasi houses. Recently, the Central Security Forces had entered into one of the interior villages, searching for Maoists, and they behaved with the women there, and picked up many of the villages there, and Jharkhand Janadhikar Mahasabha, one of our collaborating organizations, they appealed to the administration for justice. There was a video clip where the women talks about.
The same way.
Can I play it?
Go back. Go up.
Yes. These are four women, four Adivasis in West Bengal district. They are talking about. I have prepared a PPT also. I think most of these issues I have listed here, you have been familiar with. So the first thing maybe required some, the first point actually, tribes and castes continue. I remember in the early days of sociological discourse, this tribe caste continuum has been the idea or the concept has been discarded. I don't know the reason, but I would say that this helps us to understand. Helps me to understand. Like Adivasis tribes, all of us were Adivasis in the beginning. If you imagine in the most ancient times, all of us were living in villages, in forests, and we were roaming around in smaller groups. And then in the plains, when people began to settle down and started settled agriculture, the caste system emerged in the plains. And then people who were not happy with the caste system, they kept themselves away from the plains. So that is the main idea I am going to propagate. Those who want to buy the idea can buy it, and those who can travel with me, let us go. So the political Brahmanism is the main thing, that caste-based oppression and exploitation that began in the plains, which also is the basis for our state system. Although we have the modern state now, the British colonialists have come and go back, but our colonialism, which originated in our country, continues. We have not had any revolution to wipe it away, and then it is not possible to wipe away colonialism, because colonialism and racism is part of being human, and therefore the big talk about decolonization and all is just talk, unless we really struggle, and it's an everyday effort to not to become colonialists and racists. I can explain it a little more, but we will go ahead. So proceeding with the idea that when this colonialism, our homegrown colonialism was here, the Mughals came and they defeated the topmost authority, and then the system that was already there, which was very handy, the political Brahmanism, where people are very obedient. Most of the working class people are told that your responsibility is to serve the upper castes, and therefore you don't need education and you don't need resources. That idea was very helpful to keep people obedient and to be ruled. So the Mughal also did not disturb that system. Similarly, the British also did not disturb the system, but they looted a lot of resources. But the British did a very good job in the sense that people who have been keeping themselves disgruntled and unhappy with the plains caste oppression, they had developed their own socio-economic and political systems and structures. And the British abruptly opened the door for the plains people, caste communities, to enter into Adivasi ethno territories, which they have been enjoying in the forests and hills. And then the revenue collection, the resources load have increased, and then all the plains people who helped the British to grab the resources, take away Adivasi land, as well as, of course, Adivasis owned the land as a communal ownership. The British introduced private property, the concept of private property, so that was, and they were all losing their land. That was the time we have all kinds of resistance movements in India, in various parts of Adivasi, predominantly Adivasi regions. And those resistance movements were starting with the Kol rebellion in West Singhbhum, which was also called Kolhan. Kolhan means the place of the crows. So in Ranchi, Jharkhand, Ranchi and Kutti and Kolhan area, the Kol rebellion in 1831-32, this happened, and then that made the British realize that Adivasis have their own ways of structures and systems that assures them good governance and peace. Peaceful good governance were existing.
So the British recognized that system. That is the beginning of the concept of isolation, policy of isolation. So that's where we have different concepts like scheduled areas, backward tracts, and then later it came as scheduled areas, and then it was also brought into the constitution. That's how we have the 5th schedule, and 5th schedule also is called partially excluded areas. That means the laws, legislations that are made for the entire country will not apply to the partially excluded areas as they are. They can be modified by the government, governor of the state, and also the tribes advisory committee council that should be established in predominantly Adivasi regions. So, and then we have the 6th schedule where we have the fully excluded areas. So you have the violet color indicating the 5th schedule areas, and the green color where you have much more concentration of indigenous people. So if you understand this way, then we can explain what all things are happening to Adivasis in a very logical and systematic way. Now, because of lack of resources, the mainstream industrialists are entering into Adivasi areas. Therefore, the special provision starting with the 5th schedule, and for Jharkhand there is also Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act and Santal Pargana Tenancy Act, the Forest Rights Act for all the 5th schedule areas, and the implementation of Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. All these things are, for namesake, these provisions are all violated, and the development schemes that are there are not implemented because of so much of corruption. And the land acquisition, the last one, the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, rehabilitation and resettlement act, this also was amended. Like Modi, our Prime Minister tried to bring a bill, but that was not possible for him. Then he gave the permission to all the states to have their own land acquisition act, and these provisions in the 2013 bill are all manipulated by the state government by enacting their own land acquisition act. So displacement and dispossession is one of the greatest issues that are in predominantly Adivasi regions. Then unemployment, deprivations from all the schemes, government schemes that are made for so-called development, or what we can call them as freebies. They are all provided for the particular political parties for election purposes to create vote banks. Corruption is rampant and people are disillusioned. That's why we have the Patalgadi movement, and last week we had a movement similar to Patalgadi that happened in Latehar district by the Thana Bhagat, they call it Urao, basically they are Urao tribes, and they were protesting land acquisition, affecting about 32 villages going to be displaced. And then all these things I am not going to read out, maybe a few. Like school buildings, we don't have schools. Only school buildings are there because buildings are very fast built because the contractors and the bureaucrats, they can get a lot of percentage cut. Therefore school buildings are there, but they are not repaired. Already time warning has come, so school buildings are there, not school education. It's not for school education, but for spending government money, and that will come back to the middlemen and the bureaucrats and the contractors. I think most of you who have been to Adivasi, predominantly Adivasi regions, are familiar with this. Then we also have recently the Swachh Bharat, the forced Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, where they built a lot of toilets and they are all unused and broken. So like this, and then most recent one is Swamitva Yojana. You can find out more about it in Google if you see Swamitva scheme. This is to survey the land by drones with cameras and then issue property card to people who have their own land in their under their land right records. And in between, the villages have commons, like common lands are there, which the villagers use for grazing cattle and other purposes, religious purposes and so on. All those land will be put in land bank and that will be given to the industrialists. And then the saffronization is going on in a very aggressive manner. Saffronization means Sanskritization we used to call earlier, but now it is like Hindutva forces have entered into all villages. Of course, earlier missionaries were there, but their main intention was not conversion, but to educate people. But the whole blame is put on the missionaries now. They have been converting forcefully, and every state is having Freedom of Religion Act, whereby any person who wants to follow any religion, changing his original religion, he has to report to the SDM, DC and so on. And then there is the local newspapers are having propaganda that, everybody, there is forced conversion going on. Bhagwa current means it is saffronization. In Hindi we say Bhagwa. When last time when the BJP government was ruling in Jharkhand, the Chief Minister said, Bhagwa current will go on, and he referred to the earlier we had the electric bulb, which has got that saffron current. He said electricity will also go to the villages, but at the same time the whole thing will be Bhagwaized. So these kind of interesting things are going on. So once again, I am going to conclude since the time warning has already come. Again, the forward slides were all highlighting all the issues. So the political Brahmanism caste system to be reconceptualized as colonialism and racism as process and praxis. Understand its systemic nature. So colonialism and racism will always be with us. We need to fight it, and we need to become self-reflexive to do that. It is discrimination basically. We label the weak economically as well as in all aspects. Those who are weak, we say we label them as backward, and then we need to, once you label them as backward, then you need to civilize them and develop them. So that is our opportunity to grab their resources, and grabbing their resources again will make them more vulnerable and powerless. Then we can justify our grabbing of resources. So these both complement each other and it continue to be there. Because as human beings, we also have to make judgment. When I see Cletus, I need to say that he is Cletus, and if I do not know him, so in order to know him, I need to take time out and go and live with them. And before the colonialists came, nobody went into the among the Adivasis and tried to understand what they were. Colonialists, British, some good officers were there, also some good Indian researchers were there. So they try to understand, but still the mainstream middle class is having this prejudice against Adivasis. So it is going to stay with us, and it is ruling us actually. So we need to get ready for changing it. Its continuity, the colonialism and capitalism. With the capitalism, it began. The concept. It was conceptualized by Rudolf and Rudolf, Mrs. and Mr. Social scientists from, I think, Chicago. They conceptualized it as a pursuit of Lakshmi, and Lakshmi is a pantheon of wealth, honor, power, and good fortune. Okay, so that is very much close to our culture, our Indian culture. And then when the neoliberalism came, it got very much leveraged and accelerated. So you may be familiar with the concept of Indian Jew. What is happening now is the Hindutva forces, they want to declare to the world that the Indian caste system is very beautiful. It is very properly organized in the society, and the topmost guys who are there, the uppers,
they are the greatest people on earth. That's why they are promoting industrialization and global, like one of the third billionaires or second or first. So that competition is going on with ethnic nationalism. The post-independent debate, the continuum, tribe caste continuum, and the three different concepts of isolation, assimilation, and integration were there, but we said we will integrate them. That means we will allow the Adivasis to have their own distinctive cultural values and systems, and we will allow them their space, and then they will contribute to the development of the country. But there was no particular guidance and implementation of those. That was a wishful thinking. That's why we have these problems now. So development is de-development for Adivasis. That means big dams and industries. They grabbed Adivasis land, and there was displacement and dispossession. So understand who are Adivasis. Adivasis are having their own seeds of revolution are there among Adivasis. That's why they have kept themselves away, and they have been trying to keep their system, which is more egalitarian, which is more democratic, and which is more sustainable, nature friendly. So therefore, thick forests, all these things I have already said, thick forests have minerals beneath that, and now the development minerals are required for the shining India. Therefore, Adivasis, their land have to be grabbed. Adivasis don't need to be compensated, so because they don't need resources, they are supposed to be lowers. The way forward is to extend the solidarity. What we can do in the big cities, Mahanagari mein jo log hain, aap log hain, you can extend your solidarity with the Adivasi, Dalit, Bahujan resistance movement to amplify their voices for justice, dignity, and equality. Study the issues, extend the support, and amplify Adivasi voices. Be self-reflective on the basis of a sound ethics. That is to treat the other person as I would like to be treated. From solidarity, form solidarity networks, respond to human rights violations of all kinds, create reform leadership in political parties. I think that's the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father Anthony. One of the most interesting things we discussed is about questioning this decolonizing jargon, because we often use it in social sciences. We use decolonization many times, but critically reflecting on what to decolonize and are we actually decolonizing was a good reflection point. And also the connection he made with respect to how land acquisition results in displacement, resulting in deprivation and unemployment. And then also the capitalistic and state mechanisms exclude tribal people from even the village commons. And he ended with a call for solidarity, a kind of engagement of the urban students and intellectuals with respect to the issues of the tribal communities. Thank you, Father Anthony, for your inputs. Now I invite my colleague Saman to facilitate the felicitation process.
Thank you, Ronald. So we are very happy to have with us our ex-principal, Dr. Geeta Balakrishnan ma'am, and we would like to welcome her. And I would like to invite her to felicitate the speakers, plenary speakers. now invite Professor Anthony, Mr. Anthony.
Years and years of rich work that they have done. So I think we need 1 or 2 days full, especially with Dr. Anthony and Dr. Alex. Thank you so much for this.
We are now going to break for the paper presentations. So one group will be in MS1 and the other group will be, which Renu Sharma is, Dr. Renu is moderating, will be in MS1 and the other group will be in BSW3, which I am moderating. And it's on the 2nd floor, and as soon as the paper presentations finish, I would request the participants to assemble back in the hall for a valedictory function. I would like to begin with this quote. For the nation to live, the tribe must die. I just came across it this morning and I felt it's very appropriate because it kind of sums up the deliberations of the last 2 days. And most of the presentations were in and around it, which means that if you want the nation to develop, you must develop strategies to mainstream the tribes rather than pushing them to the periphery. So with this thought, it's time to assimilate the learnings that we have gathered in the last 2 days of the conference and propose the way forward, which is the main aim of this valedictory function. I would now welcome our special guests and dignitaries who are sitting on the dais. Mr. Prashant Nanavade sir, Commissioner for Social Welfare. Welcome, sir. We have Mr. Ambadas Mote. Welcome, sir. And Helen Nam. Our speakers and dignitaries for this valedictory function. I would request our Principal, Dr. Lidwin Dias, to felicitate the guests sitting on the dais. Felicitate Professor Helen. Can you come?
And the audience, it's very nice. 2 days we are experiencing offline conference and all aspects of on offline conference, and it's so nice to see at the end of the conference, audience, hall full of audience. So I'll be summarizing. What I'm doing is I'm not mentioning the speakers, I'm just bringing the gist of all the things so that we are able to get a kind of a, what proceedings are and what is the state of mind now, all of us. I also, from yesterday have been attending all the sessions, and definitely there is a change in the way we think. That there's so much of information and there's so much of discussion which is happening. So the title of our conference is Issues and Concerns of Adivasis in India, a Way Forward. And it started with the keynote speaker. As I said there also, he brought in a major issue in terms of how do we look at Adivasis. Are we looking at them as somebody who needs our sympathy, our understanding, or are we going to look at them as a different society with its characteristics and with its identity? So once we recognize tribal communities as separate society with their own identity and characteristics, we will be forced to respect them, understand them, and probably learn from them. Because as soon as we do not look at them in that way, we tend to feel sympathy, pity, or the tendency will be to bring them into mainstream by hook or crook, because believing that mainstream is better than the community way, the way of life they are having. This was really the gist of the keynote. After that we went into the plenary, and the first plenary probably it just flowed because we had 3 plenary speakers, and the gist of them, 2 of them dealt with the different acts which somehow are governing the life of the tribal communities. So the acts which were dealt with were PESA and Forest Act and also Biodiversity Act. So 2 of the speakers spoke specifically on these acts, and we were able to get an understanding how PESA, in the garb of trying to give self-governance rights to the community, is actually taking away many of the rights. And how Forest Act and PESA act in contradiction because implementation is not very clear, intentions are not clear. In fact, the very act which was supposed to give the right to the tribal communities lands up in taking away some of the rights. That is what was focused in both of these by the speaker. And also Biodiversity Act, when conservation of Biodiversity Act has to be aligned with the conservation of the way of life of tribal communities in the forest, because they are the custodian of biodiversity. The moment you start looking at them as the enemy of biodiversity and push them out of the deep forest, the forest becomes the natural resources which will be exploited, and the displacement and development paradigm which does not look at biodiversity as point of conservation or defending it or protecting it. All those aspects go away. So the speakers focused on this, and we had a very good understanding in relationship of what is tribal way of life. And Bala Subramanian brought it to our, we all started thinking in a different way, because he just, with examples and with, with a lot of powerful oratory, he was able to make us understand that tribal way of life is very, very different than the way we imagine. The marriage, the way of decision making, the cooperation, the helping, Lahaya, the concept which he brought in, where people are supporting each other and people want to lead. I mean, the whole concept of cooperation and being together is something which he brought in, and also the capacity of self-determination. So this was the plenary. Then we were split into parallel sessions. One parallel session and another part of the parallel session focused on different tribes in Karnataka and in other parts of the country. So the different tribal groups which were focused were Kodagu, Soliga, Kuki tribe, Siddhi tribe, Lambani, and all the problems faced by this tribal. And again the whole question, should we protect their traditional and their way of life, or should we push them into assimilation and lose their identity? That is a question which came across, and the livelihood issues, the marginalization, the poverty came out very well in this. The other panel session focused on the health issues, the malnourishment, the kinds of problems related with health. That was the focus over there, mother and child health related issues. The other panel which was also there talked about different issues related with displacement and the development paradigm where mining becomes the focus, where mining leads to several issues, pollution, arsenal pollution of the water, health issues related to that, and displacement of course which happens, and the focus was mostly on that. Then we again had a parallel session, plenary, where three people, Brando, Bipin Jojo and Satish Gopal were there, and the issues which came up here was, one was the land delineation, the bonded labor creeping up again its head, in the new forms where indebtedness leads to a kind of a bonded labor. The whole pressure of the real estate and the whole pressure in terms of people alienated from their land or losing their land to the money pressure. Also the whole industry, which is or what we call it as migration, which leads to people leaving their place and going to the cities, and they become part of the migrant labor force, losing their identity, losing their livelihood pattern, everything, and that becomes a major problem. These were the things. And the focus of Dr. Satish Gopal was on malnourishment, the food palette, and the kind of model of intervention he had developed to deal with these issues in the place he works. Today's plenary was again very interesting, where we were talking about inclusion and quality education, and again the dilemma comes in that education should be provided, but the focus of education definitely will be assimilation and integration, and what we should also focus on is that there should be proper access to education, because education does have its merits in giving back the self-determination or the power back to the people. If they are deprived, they will never be able to voice their concerns. Then also there was a whole presentation on atrocities on the tribal, how they are labeled as Maoists and terrorists, and it becomes like the whole focus is that the forests are on the mining, different kinds of mines, and the natural resources, and to push them away, this one way of pushing them away. And instead of dealing, day-to-day livelihood problems are there, but along with that the tribals have to deal with being stigmatized, put into prisons, physical atrocity, violence, and ultimately giving up on what they are protesting about. So this was the focus of the plenary. Then we had panel sessions. There were two panel sessions. This is the end of my summary. One of the session we had discussion on denotified and notified tribe, and how criminalization of the tribe has led to destruction of their way of life and their pattern of living, and somehow it takes away from the kind of traditions they are trying to, which has so much of meaning and the role they played in the society. So this was a focus, and the other parallel session dealt with education status of particular tribe. It's an example, and Chechu tribe, and also Kerala's model of digital education. So this was the complete gamut of the presentations and the focus, and we come to the end, and I differ with someone when she said tribes need to die. I feel probably we need to tribalize ourselves, because that way of life is much better than the kind of life we are leading, where the focus is of development paradigm, which is destructive to all of us. So with that, my summary ends. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vaijanta, for capturing the essence of the two-day discussions and the deliberations of the two-day conference. Now, Dr. Helen Joseph will do way forward, and I would like to request Mr. Cletus to come and introduce Dr. Helen.
It's indeed a pleasure for me to introduce Professor Helen Joseph. Professor Helen Joseph has been in our core competency area of social work, and she has acquired all her degrees along that way, right from ranging from bachelor's, master's, and the doctoral degree, which has been from our college itself. I'm proud of that. And of course, she's done her MPhil in public administration from MS University. And she has had a lot of experience also working within a career with various, with the University of Mumbai, and later on she came in as the faculty member of our College of Social Work in Radiketan, where she also retired from as a professor. And of course her experience spans a large area ranging from the fieldwork projects of Saloka. She was appointed link coordinator by the British Council for Higher Education. She was a trainer at the UGC Capacity Building Program. She was also initiated the online course of Peace Education, and of course a number of research studies and published articles. And also currently she continues her work in various areas, being the president of Arohan. And also Arohan is a voluntary organization also initiated from here. She is the chairperson of Yuva and also a consultant to creative handicraft. And she is a regular lecturer online to the Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. And of course, I'm happy to say also that she is also going to get the Lifetime Achievement Award from NAPSWI. That's a real honor. I'm very happy and congratulate you, ma'am, for that. This will be conferred to her on the 15th of December at Ahmednagar. Ma'am, we're really happy to have you. Yes, and also, of course, she's the IQAC member, which is, that's the most important thing. Continues our lovely association with the College of Social. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Respected and Honorable Commissioner of Social Welfare, Dr. Prashant Melnagre. I had a pleasant, what should I say, I mean, we were very happy to, we met at Jawahar when we were inaugurating, I think, the ultrasound machine at Jawahar Hospital. So our association has been not very regular, but well, Arohan has known Dr. Melnagre, and we've had a very, very close relationship with the government in Palwar district. So thank you very much for all the help that your department is, extending to Arohan in the field. Our president, or what should I say, founder president of Marseille, I still think of him as the president of Marseille because he's as active. He's again re-elected as president of Marseille. I mean, I don't think we can think of a person in Marseille without, imagining, or seeing Mr. Amadas Modi, Dr. Amadas Modi in front of us. He's been a dear friend of the profession and also a friend of the family. So, best wishes to you. And of course, our very own principal, Lieutenant Dennis. These last 2 days have been a very exhilarating, I must say, and educative experience, I'm sure for many of you, and definitely for me. Though my association with Arohan has been there for many years, the kind of deliberations that took place in the last 2 days were very, very informative. And it made me wonder and think, as to why is it that I'm getting all this information now? I should have known about this, many, many, many years ago. And of course, one thing is true that I'm not going to, because I think Yanta has already recapped in terms of the things that went on these last two days. But it is something that I feel I need to tell this august audience. I don't know how many are there from other colleges, but this college has always encouraged field action projects. That has been the, and I think even Director of Social Sciences, because these are the two institutes primarily. I know there are other colleges of social work who do have field action projects, but primarily when I was doing a small kind of a presentation for field action projects for the National Council on Social Work Education, I realized that there are very few colleges in India who actually initiate field action projects. And these field action projects not only help our students because they are looking and experimenting. When we talk about the new education policy, we are talking about innovation, we are talking about startups. Our students need to understand what starting up means for social workers. We are not entrepreneurs in the sense of financial entrepreneurs or industrial entrepreneurs, but we can be social entrepreneurs, working in tribal areas, in rural areas, in slums of Mumbai. You can start things, and the field is varied, the field is extremely dynamic, it keeps changing, and there is a lot of work to be done in the changing times. The socio-political, economic features of the country, it is changing. Every day it is moving ahead. I don't know whether we're moving ahead or backwards, sometimes both, I think. But the important thing for us to know is that social work has a very, very important role to play. And having field action projects is the way to go for social workers, social work education, and even practice. Because these become, in fact, it also helps in the teaching of the subject, because the teachers themselves, are forced to think differently, not just look at books and start spewing out whatever they have learned from books through research studies and through what happens in, of course these are important. I do not want to undermine that aspect of education, but also know what it is, in the field. And the college has been very, very, in that sense, we are very fortunate. Being in this college, I would say we were very fortunate that we've initiated a number of projects. Okay, whether it is with commercial sex workers, whether it is with construction workers, whether it is on communal harmony or peace education, whether it is with mentally challenged or disabled people. We have done a number of things, and we have, in that sense, shown the way to many organizations, even working with and working with the rural areas. Though we are a city college, we are situated in the heart of Mumbai, and yet we are able to reach out to the villages. Our projects of Bananiketan many years ago, Aroma, and now Spandan. I mean, these are projects, and the rural areas we know are the places where we should be, where we are needed the most. And when I say we are needed the most, I do not want to say that we are up there and we are trying to help people at these places, but it's important for us to learn, understand, and then, come up with strategies with the people in trying to get there. And so therefore these 2 days of deliberations really, really helped us in many, many ways. Talking about the way forward, I would, it would be presumptuous on my part to say that I know what needs to be done, because I'm not really an expert on work with tribals or with Adivasis. Okay, so, but what I could do, because I have my experiences working on various projects in this college, at least say that it is possible. It is possible for colleges of social work, and what is possible for colleges of social work is what I would like to really dwell on in this way forward. What I think is, do not be afraid of initiating a project. It is difficult, and I'm not saying it's easy. Especially the first few years, the beginning stages of any project are extremely difficult. One thing is in terms of finance, the other thing is in terms of time, in terms of energy. It is a lot of work. And many colleges in India are afraid to venture because they are not able to put all these things together. You need to have a good management. You need to have a management that supports you. And that is crucial, because it is the management that supports us with funds. And I think it is important for all colleges to dialogue Because this is an important aspect when we open a College of Social Work. It is important to also consider setting up. It's not just an education institution. It is something more than that. It is something where we actually interact and learn from. And therefore, having field action projects is something that I would really say is the way forward for all colleges of social work. And if it's not possible as a field action project, at least we can start off with field work, kind of get our hold on, the subject area, and then probably initiate a field action project when you have some experience on the field. But this is something that we really need to do. With regard to working with, so this difference that is there so much in colleges of social work, I think this is something we really need to get over. We need to, as I said, dialogue with the management. We need to, now we have corporate social responsibility as an important component. Okay? We need to really tap all resources. The people are there, the management is there, the students are there, the teachers are there. Okay? A very important source of support can be the corporates. Of course, they have their own agenda, they have their own focus areas and whatever else, but you need to know how to work with them. And since we have corporate social responsibility in a big way, many of them are looking for very, very, good organizations, sincere organizations, committed organizations in the field. And with Arohan, we've had a very good experience of not only having private donors, but having the corporates to help us with these projects. And for this reason, I would say, please go ahead and tap these resources. It is important for us to do this. From the presentations of yesterday and today, I will also suggest certain specific areas. Now, what are the kind of areas that we are doing even in Arohan? I would like to suggest. One is in the area of developmental issues. Okay, that is very, very, in fact, all the deliberations yesterday and today talked about the developmental needs of the area. This is one area that we can work on, whether it is education, strengthening of systems that are already there, like we have the SMCs, the school management committees. We can definitely encourage and strengthen these committees so as to help Adivasi children and to make it more relevant to their own context and culture rather than making it absolutely alien to that particular community. Digital education, like Professor Alex I think mentioned, that it became a major problem during the pandemic. And in Arohan, what we did was we started with magician salas. And in the sense, children couldn't go to school, but we had these fun schools, in different pockets in villages where children came. If you made it a habit for children to come out of their homes and study, and it need not be just the 3 hours. That is important, but also for them to just come, sit together, learn different things. They have this habit of coming to school, which is what we lost in many places, not only here, because my domestic health tells me अपने बच्चों को school जाना, she's a tribal, and she tells me अपने बच्चों को school जाना ही नहीं है, because they've scored very badly in their tests, they're in the recent tests, and she doesn't know what to do with them. But in the tribal areas, not that things have been very, very hunky-dory there too, but magician shalas did help. So as I said, we need to think on our feet. The problems are not the same all the time. Suddenly a pandemic comes, we have to think, what should we do about it? And so therefore, we have to be creative in trying to develop ways by which some of the issues can be tackled. We have to be proactive in the way. Okay, now we are having these schools, we are having rich classes, but let us think on our feet and try and look at creative ideas in taking care. Health. Yesterday, Dr. Satish talked about the bad problem of malnutrition. The disparity between the general population and the tribals is so stark. It's so stark that even after 75 years of independence, it's sad to see that there are people dying of maternal mortality, child mortality, malnutrition, and neonatal deaths. I mean, this is something that we should not be. And now we are on our way to, I don't know, 22nd century or whatever, but these are things that we really need to really look at. And the whole issue of community governance, because we have the VHNSEs in the rural areas, but we need to kind of strengthen them. We have all the systems are in place, but in terms of implementation, in terms of giving direction, in terms of making that villagers understand what their role as VHNCs are, or Anganwadi, strengthening these kinds of systems is something that we should be thinking about. In the field of agriculture too. Now here, I'm sorry I'm bringing up the examples from Aravan because I've been associated with it for many, many years. In Aravan, we have trained farmers. We have training schools for them. We have what we call farmer field schools. So they are helped in understanding new cropping patterns or in adopting, mechanized or maybe even kind of cultivating different kinds of vegetables and fruits, which probably they have not done. Like say for example, now they're cultivating potatoes, which is something that they have never done in that particular area. So this kind of diversity in our thinking is something that we need to. So agriculture, training the farmers, telling them, because many of them are so used to traditional ways of farming that you need to go at their pace. You can't just say, ye karo, wo karo, nahi hota hai. They need to see that actually, hota hai, ho sakta hai. So these training schools where the farmers themselves come and see, arey, ho gaya hai. So jab hota hai, ho sakta hai, then many of them are coming now, to the training centers to learn these new ways of farming and diversify the crops that they have been cultivating. Livelihoods, of course, many of them, many of you are, know about the kind of livelihood ventures that can be taken up to SAGs and things like that. But creating value chain linkages, identifying vendors, buyers, helping with them with market ties, packaging, branding, because now these are all the things that we as social workers must also learn. We cannot just sit in our traditional roles. And it's not as if the social worker has to do it. It's not as if that the social worker must know all of this. But you can pool in the resources. In fact, for most of our programs, we enlist the cooperation of experts. We have people from IIT Mumbai coming, and we have others, like when we have doctors, we have collaborations with many other experts in the field, from Rishi and things like that, who train us in these various areas. A very, very important area is governance. Okay? Creating a sense of ownership and a belief that one can actually make a difference in one's own life and that of one's community is the basis of any effective work in the area of citizens involved in governance issues. We need to help them believe that they can do it, that they can change, that they are not, they need not necessarily be underdogs. They can come up and they have the potential to do it. And so, there are a number of committees. So activating and sustaining local level statutory committees like the PESA committee, the Forest Rights Committee, the PDS Village Committee, Social Audit Committees, strengthening of the Gram Sabhas. We have what is called in our one, we try and strengthen the Pada Samitis. So the local people get energized and enthusiastic about rushing through it. Another area is with regard to advocating for human and fundamental rights of Adivasis, rights and also their entitlements. There are a number of things that can be done. I do not want to enlist them, but these are areas that we need to really think about. There are many areas, many of the things that come up in the hearing sessions. And it is important for us to understand what I am not listing, I have a list, but there are a number of areas that we need to really look into. And Sometimes I know where as a faculty when I was here, we used to wonder, अभी हमारे बच्चों को क्या देना है as a research topic. You know, we are always lost for ideas. You know, let us look around. And for this, we need to dialogue with practitioners. And that's a very, very crucial aspect, to dialogue with practitioners. Educators cannot sit in an ivory cell and say that, well, you know, we are teachers and we cannot, especially in the colleges of social work, this kind of dialogue with practitioners is very, very important for social work to be more engaging. So this dialogue is important, and I'm sure many ideas for research will also come up there. Evolving a curriculum whereby students of social work are exposed and made aware of this very, very important part of our community, the Adivasis. It's important for us to really develop a curriculum, because when we talk about social work, you know, I remember when I was a student, these were centuries ago, I mean many, many years ago, as a BSW student, I remember, you know, learning about social problems, about different problems which were important and are still important today, I'm not saying that. But some of these emerging problems, we need to really relook. And I know we have a tradition of revising our curriculum every 5 years. That's a good thing. We need to look at it seriously, keeping in mind the Adivasis. Thank you very much. Sorry to
Thank you so much, Dr. Helen. I hope we are able to initiate a field action project soon on the lines of the suggestions made by you, and we definitely seek your guidance on the same. Moving further ahead with the program, I would like to invite Dr. Anita Hanna for introducing the guest of honor of the day, Professor Adivasis.
My dear students, participants and dignitaries of the church. I would say I'm very happy to introduce a person whom I know right from since 1995. And I would just like to say something about it, that we meet many human beings in life, but few are significant, they leave the imprint. And if you want to be a good leader, I think you need to learn how to develop leadership and how to lead people. This is what I can in nutshell say about Dr. Adivasis. Adivasis has been my friend, my colleague, and also we have been together for Massway struggle right from 1995, and we continue being part of it. He is a renowned educationalist who has really supported many colleges in Maharashtra. He has been in the advisory board in many colleges in Maharashtra, a columnist who writes, and he keeps sending, and I will keep responding to his writing on WhatsApp. That's a very favorite thing which we do. A popular youth leader who have proved his mettle as a chairman of Nagpur University Student Council, office bearer of State Youth and Youth Organization, a dedicated college teacher since last 33 years, is retired now, and well-acclaimed trainer. He has been a very good trainer and still continues to be a trainer, especially for the NGOs and for the government. So this is his, one of the huge contribution in the field of social work, not only in Maharashtra, but all over India. As a president of Massway, he is instrumental in procuring various benefits like pension, our gratuity, our medical reimbursement, time-bound promotions, library pay scale, also library age, that is what was not really planned, it was not finalized. So we have been able to do this now for the employee of social work in the state of Maharashtra. He has organized under his presidency, and as a leader he has organized around 60 conferences, seminars and workshops, not only in Maharashtra but also at national and international level. He is a recipient of the two major awards. One is the Nasri Award, which he has received from former President Pratibha Patil, and then the Life Achievement Award conferred by the Institute of Strength Best Practices
Australia. Presently, he is unopposed member of MASFI. He is again president, and we all work under his leadership, and we just enjoy because he is just a fellow friend and colleague when he is working with us. So it's pleasure that I am given this honor to honor him. Thank you very much.
I would request Amanda sir to please come.
थैंक यू अनिता। सभी को नमस्कार। इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस डेडिकेटेड मिशन में पहुंचे सम्मानीय समाज कल्याण आयुक्त डॉक्टर प्रशांत नटवानी जी, इस महाविद्यालय के प्राचार्य डॉक्टर लेडविंग, डॉक्टर एलन जोसेफ, असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर सोशल वेलफेयर मिस्टर धरना, यहाँ मौजूद सभी स्टाफ मेंबर्स और प्यारे दोस्तों, निर्मला निकेतन कॉलेज में आना में बहुत दिल से अच्छा लगता है क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि जितना सपोर्ट हमारे एसोसिएशन को और खासकर मुझे इस कॉलेज में दिया है, उसको तो हम कभी भूल नहीं सकते। इतना प्यार मिला है, स्नेह मिला है, सपोर्ट मिला है, तो इसलिए यहाँ कभी भी आना मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है। दोस्तों, आज का जो विषय है समय की पाबंदी है और हमें डॉक्टर नटवानी जी को सुनना है, तो मैं चंद अल्फाज आपके सामने बयां करना चाहूँगा। सबसे पहले आप सभी को वर्ल्ड ह्यूमन राइट्स डे की शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ और उसी ह्यूमन राइट्स डे को मद्देनजर रखते हुए चंद बातें आपके सामने रखना चाहूँगा। अब कई राइट्स है, राइट टू लाइफ है, राइट टू सेल्फ डिटर्मिनेशन है, राइट फॉर प्रोटेक्शन फ्रॉम एक्सप्लॉयटेशन एंड वायलेंस है, राइट टू सेल्फ गवर्नेंस है, राइट टू कंट्रोल रिसोर्सेज एंड एंसेस्ट्रल लैंड है। कई राइट्स की बातें कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं सिर्फ आपके सामने, क्योंकि इस कम समय में मैं कुछ कहने के बजाय कुछ सवाल यहाँ पे खड़ा करना चाहूँगा। जहाँ तक राइट टू लाइफ की बात है, आर्टिकल 21, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अलग अलग जजमेंट्स है, जैसे ऑलिगर टेलिस वर्सेस म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन, बॉम्बे म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन 1985 का जजमेंट है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि राइट टू लाइफ में राइट टू लाइवलीहुड भी है, यानी सारा न्यूट्रिशन, शेल्टर, सारी चीजें राइट टू लाइफ में आती है। अलग अलग और केसेस जो हुए थे, मोहिनी जैन वाले केस है, जीपी उन्नी कृष्णन वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ आंध्र प्रदेश है, एमसी मेहता वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ तमिलनाडु, ये सारे केसेस में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि राइट टू एजुकेशन भी राइट टू लाइफ में इंक्लूडेड है। सिर्फ मैं एक आर्टिकल 21 की बात कर रहा हूं, शेड्यूल ट्राइब के आज की जो स्थिति है उनकी, उसके ऊपर आपने गौर करना चाहिए। इसके फिर से एक मणिका गांधी वगैरह आपने वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया, वो केस का भी आपने पढ़ा होगा, या बंधुआ मुक्ति मोर्चा वाली केस, उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि राइट टू लिव, राइट टू लाइफ, यानी सिर्फ जानवरों जैसे जीना नहीं है, तो लिव विद ह्यूमन डिग्निटी। अब ये जो मुद्दे हैं, हम गौर करेंगे कि जहां approximately 50% of tribal population is living below poverty line. Odisha, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, या तो more than 60% tribal population is below poverty line. यदि below poverty line है, तो कहां तक ये न्यूट्रिशन वगैरह वगैरह के बाद सारी जो चीजें हैं लाइवलीहुड की, कहां तक उनकी पूरी होगी? दूसरा ऐसा है कि उनको हमने डिस्प्लेस कर दिया। डिस्प्लेसमेंट जो हुआ, एक तरफ कई माइंस आए, स्टील प्रोजेक्ट्स आए, पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स आए, डैम्स आए। मेरे हिसाब से कुछ तो भी 4,200 समथिंग डैम्स हमारे इंडिया में सबसे, दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा हो गए। उसमें से अप्रोक्सीमेटली 3,500 डैम्स कंप्लीट हो गए। उसमें करीब 6.5 करोड़ लोग डिस्प्लेस हुए, उसमें से ज्यादातर आदिवासी थे। आदिवासियों की जो टोटल पॉपुलेशन है इंडिया में करीब 11 करोड़ ज्यादा होगा, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 9%। उसमें एक चौथा यानी 25% आदिवासी का डिस्प्लेसमेंट हुआ। और डिस्प्लेसमेंट होने के कारण प्रॉपर रिहेबिलिटेशन वगैरह नहीं हुआ है आज तक। तो उनका जो फॉरेस्ट के ऊपर कंट्रोल था, फॉरेस्ट प्रोड्यूस के ऊपर उसका यूज करते थे, सबसे अलग कर दिया तो लाइवलीहुड की समस्या बन गई। ऐसा है, हम आदिवासियों को एक तो सामाजिक दूसरे से बहिष्कृत कर दिया और ऊपर से उनको ब्लेम करता है कि दे आर द डिस्ट्रॉयर्स ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट। एक यूएनडीपी का रिपोर्ट है फॉरेस्ट इन इंडिया, उसमें कहा गया है कि इंडियन फॉरेस्ट के बारे में कि जहां जहां इंडिजिनियस लोगों का कंट्रोल फॉरेस्ट के ऊपर है, फॉरेस्ट लैंड के ऊपर है, वहां पे फॉरेस्ट एंड बायोडाइवर्सिटी फ्लरिश हुई। अब सीधी बात है कि उनको डिस्ट्रॉय, मुझे पता है कि मेरे घर में मेरा मकान जो बनता है उसके दरवाजे मुझे टीक उड़ के चाहिए, मेरे घर में जो फर्नीचर है वो टीक उड़ का चाहिए। मैं बाकी जगह के आदिवासियों की बात नहीं करता, लेकिन मेरे घर का मुझे पता है कि उनके घर जाके देखो तो कई घर को दरवाजे भी नहीं है। तो वो कहाँ फॉरेस्ट को अगर एक्सप्लॉइट कर रहे हैं। और सीधी सी बात है कि यहाँ उनका लाइवलीहुड जिसके ऊपर डिपेंड है, तो कैसे एनिमल विल डिस्ट्रॉय their means of livelihood? It's your common sense fact, common sense fact। ऐसा है कि आदिवासी जो डिस्ट्रॉय करते हैं ऐसे बोलते हैं, लेकिन वो यूज करते हैं फॉरेस्ट को फॉर देयर नीड एंड नॉट फॉर देयर ग्रीड। जहां नीड आती है तो कहीं डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं होता, ग्रीड आती है वहां डिस्ट्रक्शन शुरू होता है। तो ग्रीड तो हमारे कारण डिस्ट्रॉय हो रहा है, नॉट आदिवासी। तो एक तरफ ये राइट के बारे में आप सोचिए, राइट टू एजुकेशन की बात हम करते हैं, तो आज पहली कक्षा से लेकर 10वीं कक्षा तक नियर अबाउट 62% ड्रॉप आउट रेट। हायर एजुकेशन का जो ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो है वो 50.4% है। अब नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के तहत बाय 2035 हायर एजुकेशन का ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो 50% तक लेके जाना चाहते हैं। अब सोचिए कि आदिवासी कहां पे। तो एजुकेशन की भी बात, राइट टू हेल्थ वगैरह की बात आप समझेंगे तो हेल्थ में होकर का पहले भी रिपोर्ट में आया माल न्यूट्रिशन और ये, तो क्या स्थिति है। तो ये मैं 2 मिनट में ही समाप्त करूंगा क्योंकि समय का तकाजा है। तो उनकी पहचान, उनकी संस्कृति, उनकी अस्मिता ये सारी चीजें हैं, उनको मद्देनजर रखते हुए क्या किया जा सकता है, हमने सोचा। आज उनका जो पारंपरिक ज्ञान है उसका संरक्षण करने की जरूरत है। एक कैंप में सर हम लोग गए थे, एक हमारे बीच हमारा जो कलीग था वो अचानक बीमार पड़ गया, शिविर कर रहा था, टेम्परेचर भी आया था, मीटिंग वहां के ट्राइब वाले थे, उन्होंने कोई पेड़ के 2 पन्ने लाए, 2 पन्ने खिला दिए उसको, और विदिन हाफ एन आवर ठीक हो गए। ये हर्ब्स का, मेडिसिनल प्लांट का उनका जो नॉलेज है, हम उसकी तरफ ध्यान देने के लिए तैयार हैं। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि देखिए कि हम जब ट्रैवल एरिया में जाते हैं तो प्रिजुडाइज माइंड से, और हम जब भी काम करने जाते हैं तो ये सारे निगेटिव चीजें कि वो इलिटरेट है, अनपढ़ है, गवार है, अंदर श्रद्धालु है, तो कितनी उनकी अच्छी अच्छी बातें हैं। मैं कहता हूं हम यहाँ जो जितने लोग बैठे हमसे ज्यादा प्रोग्रेसिव हो, उनकी नीड्स भी बहुत सीमित है, तो ओपन माइंड से वहां जाना चाहिए। और ट्राइबल के बीच में काम करने के वक्त जाते वक्त ये भी सोच कर जाना है कि हमें उनको कोई बदलना वगैरह नहीं है, हमें उनको एम्पावर करना है ताकि वो सारी चीजें समझ सके और मेन स्ट्रीम में आ सके। और जितना भी अप्रोच रहना चाहिए दैट शुड बी अ पार्टिसिपेटरी अप्रोच और डेवलपमेंट रहना चाहिए। राइट फ्रॉम आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स, कॉजेस ऑफ इश्यूज, और फिर प्लानिंग जो भी किया जाएगा और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन और मॉनिटरिंग, ये सारा ट्राइबल से ही होना चाहिए। पीपल सेंटर्ड होना चाहिए, एक्टिव पार्टनर्स हो सारे डेवलपमेंट प्रोसेस में होना चाहिए। ये जहां तक एक मेरा खुद का ये है। लास्टली जो मैं इवन राइट टू प्रोटेक्शन फ्रॉम वायलेंस वगैरह इसकी बात कर रहा था, तो आज 2016 का भी स्टैटिस्टिक्स ले नेशनल क्राइम रिपोर्ट ब्यूरो का, तो करीब 1000 रेप केसेस एक साल में हुए। ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग की केसेस 8500 है एक ही साल में। क्राइम अगेंस्ट आदिवासी करीब 6500 है। तो क्या राइट टू प्रोटेक्शन इसका वायलेशन हो रहा या नहीं हो, या आपको सोचें। जहां तक सामाजिक न्याय की भी हम बात करते हैं, सोशल जस्टिस की, तो सामाजिक न्याय को भी हम देखें। सामाजिक न्याय क्या कहता है कि विदाउट एनी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हर व्यक्ति को फिजिकल, मेंटल, इकोनॉमिकल, सोशल, कल्चरल डेवलपमेंट के समान अवसर मिलने चाहिए। क्या इन्हें समान अवसर मिलता है? क्या जो विषमता है, असंतोल है, वो दूर हो रहा है? तो आप देखेंगे आज के, मैं आपसे, आप सभी से दरखास्त करूंगा कि आज के यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार दिन पर हम सही मायने में सोचें कि आदिवासियों की हमारे यहाँ की स्थिति क्या है। और मैक्सिमम आदिवासी जो है पॉपुलेशन वाइज यदि पकड़ा जाए तो सेंट्रल इंडिया में है। महाराष्ट्र, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, गुजरात, झारखंड, उड़ीसा, इन राज्यों में सबसे ज्यादा आदिवासी है। तो महाराष्ट्र के भी आदिवासी भी, चाहे इधर के गोरखपुर रहे, माड़िया रहे, पटमाड़िया रहे, इन सब की स्थिति क्या है ह्यूमन राइट्स के इस पे पैरामीटर लगा के